a fearless stride. My funded futures take me worldwide. My funded futures light the way, breaking through night into brighter days. My funded TV shows the scene, living my life like a vivid dream. The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick does futures. Good morning, chat. Good morning, everyone. How are you this morning?
Good morning. It's an exciting day after Nvidia finally.
Yes, I know. I saw that pump, a mini pump and dump all within 5 minutes. It made the high of the day in NQ and then the low too in like 5 minutes. I couldn't believe it. Nick, did you get to see it?
I did not. I was on a boat yesterday, just hanging out, enjoying
Poor
enjoying
Nick,
the weather. But I heard, yeah,
he was on a boat.
Yeah, poor me, right? But yeah, no, I saw it. One thing I noticed was I was checking like Twitter afterwards. I noticed a lot of people had like a good day yesterday. But I'm just happy we got a day this week with red folder news. So which is today and tomorrow. So that's good.
Yes, I'm hoping we all have a great day today. I wrote in chat like Nvidia party. I hope. Did anyone trade Nvidia earnings last night? Let us know. Good
I know
morning,
some of the
Abhishek.
trading range was degenning in that. We'll see.
Maybe passed some evals or made some money in their sim funded accounts.
We'll see.
Who'd like to go first, Nick or Barbie?
Yeah, I'll go first here. I'm going to show you guys first the trade I had yesterday. I had two trades. One of them we got stopped out here on stream, and the other one it was the same idea. I just got in a little bit later. So let me kind of go back here. So this was yesterday, right? I decided to go long on ES, and my stop was. We were coming from this 1 hour gap in here. So I think it was like right around, let me just go back to hourly real quick. I was pointing this out yesterday on the stream. I was like, hey, I want to see us bounce from this 1 hour gap and start to move towards these relative equals. I also posted on Twitter. And at first, it looked like I was just a little early to the party, right? And then we started to get that displacement. And I got stopped out on this candle right here. Stop was, I think, just a little too tight. Some people in my Discord had it below the swing low, which ended up working out pretty well. But so I got stopped out here. And then once I saw NQ started to, let me go back to NQ real quick. NQ yesterday at 10 a.m., it started to flip, right? It started to push up higher. I'm okay. ES should drag higher now. So I got back in right here on this close of this 950 candle. No, I'm sorry, the 10 o'clock candle. And once we got that close, I re-entered in there. But yeah, this was a crazy wick. I think you guys remember. I was like, whoa, like it just kind of happened. And then from there, I started to push up higher, and that's why I joined back in the chat. And I was like, I told you guys those Asia highs were going. So, and we ended up actually going up to 6502. Had some people in Discord that held up to there. But yeah, that was a trade yesterday. As for today, I'm still pretty bullish, especially with with NQ being relatively close to these highs right here. I'm sorry, let me go out of ES. So I'm sorry, with ES being relatively close to these all-time highs So I'm not going to fade it right when we're about to get there. And if you look at the hourly chart, it's starting to give that push up from this gap made from London to those highs. So I'm just going to be looking for a continuation trade up to these all-time highs. And people are like, oh, well, there's an SMT at the highs right now. I'm like, I don't really care. I think we're going to push higher. It's later in the week. You know, we got news. Nvidia earnings is out the way. Insert volatility, right? So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching today. I don't really see, even if I tried to short right now, I don't see why anyone would want to do that, because there's just not a whole lot here for me. Let me go back to these hourly charts here. Yeah, like there's just no hourly structure to the downside whatsoever. It's just all to the upside. Nothing really stopping us from getting there. And in Q previous day highs at 689, so it's only another 50 points or so. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be watching. Bullish on the day. If there's any other chart you guys want me to go through, put it in the chat, and I'll go through it whenever or after Barbie's done. But yeah, pretty much it.
Yeah, you were bullish looking for the longs yesterday to take out Asia highs. And chat, you guys also voted for the longs. And we were all winning on the longs yesterday. Congrats to all the people who went long. Barbie, what are you thinking this morning?
Well, I like kind of what Nick was talking about with okay, well, I was going to ask him a question too. So how do you, since this is kind of in your wheelhouse and your strategies, when we've got ES pushing new all-time highs and NASDAQ is lagging behind, how do you trade that? Are you going to favor the one that's closer to all-time highs or farther away from all-time highs?
Yeah, honestly, it comes down to two things. Like one, if the weaker pair, let's say in this case NASDAQ is weaker, if it still has a draw that it can reach to, so a point, so like a previous day high, for example, just some sort of area to target, and then which one's cleaner. Like if ES is cleaner, and I'll take ES on the lower time frames, or if NQ is cleaner, I'll take NQ on the lower time frame. So it just sort of depends.
As long as there's room, then, right?
Right, as long as there's room. And if you guys remember yesterday on NQ, it wasn't very clean when ES was given the trade. But once NQ kind of flipped to the upside, if you look at the 15 and the 5-minute chart, it was actually way better to take. It was just a little late. But once it caught up, it really started to run. But I think ES is fine, you know. Either one. I mean, I couldn't tell you which one I'm along today. It'll just sort of depend.
I was just wondering, sometimes I am always watching that and I'll think, well, ES is right by its all-time high, and I know it's kind of likely to run it and do some crazy stuff, but NASDAQ has more room to get there. And so sometimes I'll kind of think about it that way. I was just wondering how you look at it. But
yeah, I try not to like focus too much on like risk to reward, like when I'm on the trade, because like you shouldn't be basing it off of you shouldn't. Like you should have a price target where it's going to go to, and then that should be sort of your TP. It shouldn't just be based around like risk to reward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm kind of seeing what you're saying. There's not a lot of bearish thoughts that you can put on ES today.
Yeah. So I mean, it eliminates one side of the market, right?
It kind of does, because we Nvidia was a little dramatic last night, but now that was this big crazy wick right here, but now everything's looking really confident. It's like we needed to get that out of the way, and the market's feeling a lot better. We did see rotation out of NASDAQ into the Russell yesterday, so I'm wondering if we're going to kind of see that come back. So basically I've been watching this. I have it marked as like the 87, but really I've been looking at this 64.90 area. This might have gotten moved down the other day too, but really, as long as we're above that, that's a really easy bullish signal for me. Below that, though, we have the 64.75 to 64.80. Even if we kind of dip below, as long as this level kind of holds, this is really setting up or showing us kind of a launch pad kind of deal. We did have the news today with GDP and unemployment, and those are numbers that the Fed is going to be really, really watching carefully. Because the market was really trying to make sure that these numbers were going to be okay. there was a lot of hesitation, I felt like, earlier in the week, and now we're kind of getting through that. We have PCE tomorrow, so that's still decently big, but I'm hoping that getting past Nvidia and getting past GDP will help, stop with all this resistance where the market doesn't really want to move either direction. Also, we've been trying to get above Friday's candle, or above or below, whatever, outside of Friday's candle, and we're finally there. So this is just another little bullish sign. If the market, I was telling y'all about this poor high or weak high, depending on how you're looking at it in auction theory. And that's, once you get through that, that's going to now become support. So we're looking to kind of hold the 64.90 level and keep chugging higher. This is all-time highs on ES. And like I mentioned when I was asking Nick earlier, NASDAQ isn't there yet. So NASDAQ has some catching up to do that sort of thing. We could definitely get some wildness on NASDAQ. We'll see. That'll be kind of, I think, pending on how Nvidia opens up a little bit today too, and make sure we have confidence coming back in there. But so if the market does continue to hold, I do have these other targets that I've been kind of just waiting to get over the Friday highs to get an opportunity to chase a little bit. But the main one here is the 65.15 area. It seems like one of those levels where if the market gets back up there, we're going to have some sort of reaction or slowdown before it tries to continue on. But it certainly could continue on. And so I have targets up there at 65.35 and 65.55. It's getting pretty crazy. We're getting some beautiful new heights. What else we got? So if I'm going to switch bearish, it's going to be because we lose 64.90. That's the warning. And then can't hold 64.75 to 64.80. And that's when I would be looking to step down just to kind of the next support. First obvious support is 64.60, where we wicked down to. But when we have something that wicks down like that and then is immediately bouncing, that's another sign that's showing me that the market's just eating up these lower prices and ready to move on. But we do have that level to check below if the market's feeling a little scared. And then I would just keep checking these other lows down here, like around 64.40. That's just not the more likely scenario right now. We could end up digesting kind of the Nvidia move, but in general, it's a bullish sentiment on that move.
So interesting. Everyone in poll, everyone in chat, make sure you go and vote if you're thinking bull or bear today. I noticed Nvidia, I think the last time I checked, it was down like 1-ish some percent. And I instantly thought about our conversation that we had yesterday about like the premium and options. And if you're going to play that game, like playing the earnings game of buying a put or a call, like be careful because it can be so expensive. And I was thinking about what you shared with us yesterday, Barbie, about how you can get it right and still lose money.
Yeah.
Well, so far, 83% have voted bull.
Well, hopefully we're all right then. But
yeah, hopefully this isn't one of those fade to chat moments that we just start having a freaking death candle to the downside. You know what I mean? That would really suck. Are you how are you getting ready for your trading competition? You reading some you watching the Wolf of Wall Street?
I need to. Yeah, getting ready. Just trying to build my confidence, like your suggestion, like what you shared with me about making those 1-foot putts over and over and over again. So right now I'm just really trying to build that 150K pro account with MyFundedFutures. Locked in about $1,000 since Globex and this morning. So I think that account is over 2,000 now in profit, in sim profits. So we'll see. Yeah, I just need to build that confidence, I think. And then I will find out if I'm going to take PW on directly or if it's I will be battling Rena. But my flight is booked, my hotel is booked. So I'm excited, guys.
sounds like fun.
Yeah. Hopefully I won't cry.
Is
Cry,
that what
won't you
we're worried
cry?
about? There's no crying in trading.
There's no crying in trading.
Oh, Oh man, type 1 in the chat if you guys are pulling for Terry. Type. There you go.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
What? Yeah, have you been scrolling through you've been going on the Rolex website, checking out some Instagram pages that you find out which one you're gonna buy?
I love that. Yeah. I should do that. Kind of envision, manifest the winning. Do you guys believe in that? Like manifesting, picturing what it is that you want and making it feel like it's present?
I mean, there's literal science behind it because when you're thinking about something, you take action on it. So it's not magic. It's when you set intentions to do things, you tend to do things and stop just talking about it.
Yeah, it's just like too, like if you set 30 days to write a paper, guess what? You're gonna probably do it on the last day. So like if you set a time, hey, I want to do this in like a day or 2 days, you'll get it done, right? So same thing with that too. But with trading, I wouldn't really necessarily put a time on it though. Like I mean, it just kind of, especially if you're young, bro. Like just take the time to learn. Take like a year or 2 years, make it suck, right? And then after that, bro, you can really pop off because your cost of living is pretty low for some people in the chat that are trading and trying to do it full time. Maybe they're a college student living off like $400 a month. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah, Denny said, yes, that's how I did so good this month. I can share this screen. You guys, Denny is on fire. He's such a good trader. Okay, here is the post on X in case you missed it or if you're not on X. Denny said, I made 20K trading for MyFundedFutures, MyFundedTV, and tagged Fabio and MyFundedFutures with 8.7K being this month alone. Amazing.
It's killing it.
Killing it. So
Yes.
manifesting is part of the success. I like it. Good morning, Corey, the phone trader.
Yeah, I think I think it's just something you gotta do too. Like like what's the word? Well, I'm trying to like formulate a sentence here based on, I don't want to come across like the wrong way, but I just feel like if more people just like locked in, like set their goals, locked in, and then had like a process for how they're going to get to their goals, and then just kind of like just threw the goals away, like throw them in the closet and just focus on that process. And I guarantee you'll probably look up in 6 months, a year and be like, oh my God, I crushed my goals. Right. But the problem is, I think a lot of people, they wake up every day, they just look at their goals. Right. And that's okay. But you need to look at like how to do them, like how does it start? And, I think that's I think that's more important than just setting the goals. I mean, I can literally just write down, I want to beat Terry in a trading competition. You know what I mean? Like, how am I going to do it? Right.
It's kind of like thinking about running a marathon and only thinking about finishing the marathon, but not thinking about like how to get there,
right?
The process, and focusing on that.
You got to lock in. You got to say lock in, say F it, and then just how you going to do it, and then just freaking go do it. It's not that hard, but I feel like people, they think the goal so far is a big goal, so they think it's unattainable or it's like super complex, and it's really not. And they overcomplicate getting there. And it's like, bro, just stack the days, do the small stuff, and you'll get there, right? I think we're at pump at the open.
I'm kind of wondering about that too, actually.
I think we're gonna freaking rock it at the open.
It's really close to taking out the overnight highs.
What was the number? Forex Factory chat. Give me the number on. Yeah, you can DM me on Instagram. So the number was good, right? GDP rose 3.3%. That's freaking bullish. Trump's about to tweet about that probably, if he hasn't already.
What he's been tweeting about so far was Cook, but she made that bet, I guess. I'm still not totally clear on how he's firing her, but I guess that'll all come out.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm not sure. I was listening to the news the other day, and the anchor said, "So what will happen? Will the key fob just be like disengaged for her, or like in the building? Like you can't come in the building? Like how will it happen? And does he have the authority?" 9 minutes until the market is going to open. Chat, did you guys make any money overnight?
Let's see. Okay, let me post the link.
Tao made some money. Congrats.
Congrats.
Oh, Pigeon lost 1K and then gained 1K, so break even right now. Woohoo! Denny passed another account last night. Let's go.
That's getting ridiculous.
Rally passed a core account last night. Oh, J-Buzz passed an eval yesterday. Trezzo Cash passed the scale account last night. Let's go. Congrats, guys. Guys and gals.
Killing it. I love that.
I was like, I'm not going to trade this like the Nvidia earnings release, but let me get the popcorn because I want to watch this. It was fun to watch, just like that 5-minute candle.
What time were they? Okay, yeah, that was a 434. Yeah, 260 point. Dang, that was crazy.
I know. It was something. One stock, just a little itty bitty company, Nvidia, moved the whole entire NQ by 260 points.
Yeah, I think the only thing we had today was that news. Tomorrow we have 8:30 and 10 o'clock news, right? We do have NFP. NFP is next week.
The PCE's big tomorrow, but GDP was one of the bigger ones for today, and it's looking all right. So
yeah, so we have bank holiday. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was done. Yeah, Monday bank holiday. So
yeah, Labor Day.
Short week next week.
Barbie will be on the boat, probably.
I'll be up to something.
Yeah, bank holiday on Monday, so I don't think probably no stream on Monday. So just tomorrow, and then next we'll see you guys back here on Tuesday. We got NFP next week, so that'll be fun.
More fun.
That's your favorite data, right? The NFP.
Yeah.
I CPI. I CPI.
Oh, CPI. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's like one-sided usually. NFP can be a little. I don't know. I just feel like it's like a two-sided move, and sometimes if the data comes in like expected, it's just kind of like a flat day. You know what I mean? Like not a whole lot of expansion. Just what I've noticed past couple. It used to be pretty crazy, like last year or something.
Corey, the phone trader, says, my patience is running so thin. LOL, shake my head. Eval's getting on my nerves. Yeah, it gets old sometimes.
Eval mindset is way different than funded mindset. Like trading evals, I think trading evals is hard. Like when I have to like buy an eval, or I don't know when the last time I bought one was, but we even traded one. I just was like, oh, I don't want to do this. You know what I mean? I just like trade my fundeds, right?
Yeah, I think once you've passed so many evals and you're very confident you can do it, and then you go into the stage of just pass or smash, like, let me just get this over with so I can get into the funded stage. That's kind of the journey that I went through.
It's not even like really it's really not even getting to the funded stage like that I care about. It's more so just not falling into the eval mindset. I didn't want to do that.
Oh, share more about that. What do you mean by eval mindset?
Eval mindset, like I feel like when you go down in the trade or on the account, you just kind of get a little reckless, right? So you're like, okay, I'll just make it back. Like you start finding trades on evals rather than on fundeds. I feel like you're a little bit more careful. It's harder to take a trade because you put on actual risk, right? From having the account funded. So it's harder to trade it, but I feel also too like you're more selective. You just have to at the same time you keep that like selection, like that good selection mindset, and combine it with an effort mindset at the same time. Like you got your system, take the trade. If it works out, great. If not, cool. Like you can't control it. So it's hard to do that though. It took me a while to get into that mindset once I got because a lot of people when they get their first funded account, they're paralyzed, right? They'll undersize on the winners and then they'll oversize on the losses, and then they build the account, right? So,
yeah, it is like
just rip the Band-Aid off, rip it off,
rip it off. Yeah.
If you have a system that you feel good about, obviously if you're still trading, like you're just learning still, and you don't have you don't know what you want to trade, supply and demand, ICT, the org wrangler, whatever it is, right? If you haven't developed that yet, obviously you should just trade the eval and use that to
find your edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Abhishek did drop the link for your chance to win a free account, or not free, $1. That's it for a core account. MyFundedFutures is giving away 20,000 accounts, so make sure you register. Is there anyone listening that hasn't registered yet? Type 2 into the chat.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah, and Luke did say if you can't afford that $1, if you win and you just need that $1, he will help you pay it. David said done. We're at 37,300 subscribers, guys. We're almost to 40K. Let's go.
Louise. I didn't see that. That's crazy. So we gained what, 13K in a week.
Amazing. We just keep growing our community. I love it. Isaiah Carrillo says, where do you register? So there is the link. Abhishek just dropped it in chat. If you just scroll up, you'll see it.
Let's see. One thing I'm watching here going to, oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Real quick, it is 33% off the 150K Pro and Scale accounts, and also off of 33% off of the 150 and 100K Scale accounts. Use code UPSIDE for that. It does help to support the channel. Nick, what were you going to say?
Well, first thing, someone's getting fired for that 20,000 accounts for $1. I don't know who it is, but and then another thing too is I'm watching this 15-minute gap here open, see if we want to come down to here before moving higher. My target for NQ today is going to be previous day high. Have this marked off here, and then for ES, it's it's this high, so the all-time high. Sorry. Now they're going to tell you that there's a SMT at these highs, right? Which there is from the London 4 a.m. I'm just gonna mark them off for you guys, but I don't really care that much about them because I don't have any displacement to the downside yet. Oh shoot! What a freaking move!
Yep.
Market is open. This is what you guys were predicting. Like it might just rip.
Let's go.
Barbie's in.
I'm in it. Sorry, I would totally freaking degen that. I'm almost out.
Still
I'm
in-
almost out. I'm out.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
out. Woo!
Woo! Winning.
Okay, I don't normally do that. Just a
W
quick
for
little,
Barbie.
just a quick little $800. Don't hate that.
Holy smokes. It is just pushing.
That was crazy. I was waiting for a candle
Yo.
closure, but
No, you can't. I keep telling you can't wait for those candle closes.
It is going.
That was pretty awesome. Okay. Now we can come back down so I can reload, please.
that would be
Go,
nice.
go, go.
Or for me, I can just get in.
I know. I'm like, I can't get in from here. I want to.
Oh well.
It might just take off without us, Nick. What do we do?
I liked that 638 spot that it dipped down to right on that first candle. It was really fast, but on NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, I just did not. Wow, that's crazy.
I
NQ
thought it
is
might
up.
do that.
It's up over 90 points. Blink of an eye. Chat.
Yeah,
Who
well,
else
it came
caught
into the
some
15-minute
longs?
gap. It came into the 15-minute gap. Okay, yeah. See, that's why I said screw that SMT. The highs. I was like, this mofo is bullish.
Yeah.
It just cannot stop. Actually, we didn't get the high by 3 ticks on ES, so still go. Come on, back down, come back down.
That candle was 100. It was 135 points.
Wow, didn't even realize it.
Holy smokes.
Monster. We like them big, though, don't we?
We like big candles and we cannot lie. Yeah, I have to wait. Because this is what would happen if I got in long. It would just like instantly go against me, I feel like.
You can't trust a opening candle, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
like to make it green.
I would have liked to see a red candle, like even like a 1-minute candle, like be put in. Like that way I can fade that candle. But now I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't really want to fade this move here, but at the same time,
look at this hourly candle. So it is trading above the this is the news candle when Nvidia dropped the earnings release. So we are trading above that high. Man, I'm so tempted to just top in 1 micro. I feel like if I do, it's just gonna dump.
yeah. So the
okay.
15-minute gap is
I'm gonna
this
do
is
it.
what I was talking about right here. You check out the 15-minute chart, came into there, and then we expanded away from it. Also created SMT at that low too. So we have not ran this high yet on ES. So that's something I'm watching.
Interesting.
I want to see 830 lows swept. We did. Nah. I didn't think we were going to get that, but.
Oh, dang it. Everyone's chat is like, Terry, wait for the pullback. But I already jumped in. It's okay. It's just 1 micro, guys. It's a little tester. I think it helps with my FOMO if I go in with just 1, like how I did yesterday. Like I just jumped in 1. I was looking for longs, right? So I jumped in with 1, and then when I started to see like a rejection, then I added. So maybe it's like that could become part of my strategy to help deal with my FOMO. It could be one of those days where it just rips and just goes. Who knows?
Try to keep an eye on Nvidia here too. It hasn't done much this morning.
It's just kind of flat.
Well, the opening I wouldn't call Nvidia flat.
Yeah, see, I don't
But the opening
know.
candle is not doing as much as it could.
So is the S&T at the highs? Oh no, I'm a little conflicted right now.
Uh-oh.
I want to see how we print. Like if I wanted to go long, I would have got stopped out on that previous 1 minute candle. The only reason I'm looking at the 1 minute is just because the volatility, right? It's kind of insane right now. In choppy conditions, I don't like looking at the 1 minute. I like looking at the 5. When we have crazy volatility like this, I think it's good to drop down if you can. You just gotta be you gotta pay attention to your size.
Size does matter. I hate when I say that, but it's true.
Yeah, remember back in April, 289 point 1 minute candle. That was like crazy. Like if you had one micro, that's a $600 trade on NQ.
That's so wild.
So your little tester account,
Yeah.
like the tester trade, that's what you should do too. You should have an account, get a funded like in the future that you just have for FOMO, right?
I like that idea. And then just
maybe
put my little
maybe it
tester
can be that
in the
25.
FOMO account.
Maybe oh shoot, for the table, slow down. Yeah, you should have that 25K Patrick gives you if you win the competition.
Yes,
you should
I
use
can see
that.
it.
You should
Winning.
just pull for that at Nvidia earnings.
The whole thing, Nick?
Maybe
Kidding.
half. Kidding.
So, Nick, it says on your chart, today's funded batch, 5 150Ks, 3 50Ks, and then 5 25Ks. Does that mean you're copy trading all of those today?
Yeah, it's just we have a lot of volatility today. Sorry, this freaking table just fell off.
Good control over there.
Yeah. It's I feel pretty good about today. We're heading into today, at least with the news and where price was drawn to in terms of wanting to go higher. So it's basically just dependent on each day, right? So like Fridays, I have a batch I trade for Fridays that like I just don't really do well on Fridays, but I'll still take a trade. And then I also have days that are like Monday, Tuesday of this week where just a lot chop. And it's all dependent on the setup. So whatever I feel good about going into the session, I'll trade that batch, right? I think most people should do that. Even if you got like 5 accounts, do 2, 2, and 1, right? Just copy trade three different batches or something.
I like that you write it out because then it's like a plan.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I usually write out the risk too. Like, I mean, I already know what this batch is, but like for people on here, 1 hour risk. Like there's no half R trades today, right? Unless probably this high gets ran, and then because then I'm just trading without a target, right? Unless I go long on NQ. But let's see what we're getting here. The ES is sold off a little bit, so I honestly kind of want to see ES go lower here, and then make another push higher, right? So I wouldn't mind actual like a little sell off here until I get a discount of a range or something. Past my 50K or Eval with long.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
No, not me. It was
Oh, I know. I was reading it to
6 links.
No, Nick, good job passing your first account.
One thing pay attention to as well is NQ and ES are kind of trading a little differently at the moment. So I'm still bullish because we still have this high that we have not ran on ES. So I want to see that get hit.
Whoa, YM is down 70 points. I mean, that's not much for YM, but it's interesting to see that it's red.
It does look like the rotation that I was watching yesterday is kind of reversing this morning. That's what I was watching. We're into Russell though, not Dow. Or out of. So trying to focus on my charts here too.
So the micro that I'm in, I'm risking 100 points for 100 points. It is my $200 bracket on MNQ. So we'll see what happens. We'll just let it run. This is my testing. I throw it in because I feel FOMO. And I do one. Mr. Delusional says, Terry, this is why you don't degen. Oh! I think this could be possibly, I'm going to keep trying this like as a way for me to deal with my FOMO, just like one mini. So this is a 150K account. So for me to risk $200 is like, I can do that in my sleep. Zero anxiety, zero like feeling.
That's a 50K account, you said?
No, 150K, the pro.
Oh,
And this account,
$250?
risking 200 like on a tester. Yeah, I feel,
that's
and
not-
I was already up like $1,000 before, you know, I put on this trade for the day. So I'm like, okay, let's just go. Yeah, in a way, I don't know. In a way, it's like kind of like a knife drop, I guess, where you just like jump in.
Mm-hmm.
See if we get this push on this one here.
FOMO is playing with my mind.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's pushing. Yeah, dealing with FOMO is difficult.
That's why I keep just a paper account. One of the nice things about NinjaTrader is you can have all of these accounts just in a big list and just switch around. But I have a sim account that I will just destroy sometimes. You know, when you're like in that mode and you just want to like hand it to the market, but we know not to do that with a real account. So I'll do that with my paper account. I'll take 70 contracts just to see what that's like, you know. Sometimes you just have to get that angst out.
Do it, baby. Get that FOMO long, Mr. Delusional. So, yeah. You'll rarely ever catch me get FOMO in a trade or FOMO into a trade. It's just,
I'm sure you used to. It's something you kind of grow out of as a
100%.
trader, I feel like.
Yeah, that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Like, you just get tired of doing the old stuff. What the old stuff do? It didn't really lead to a whole lot of good stuff. So you just stop doing it.
It lets you be like, why can't I make money in the market?
Yeah.
Why does the market hate me? Why does it eat my stops?
Yeah, I feel like when you get FOMO, you try to take it out on the market when really you're just taking it out on yourself.
Yeah, that's why I take it out on a paper account. Like, take that.
Yeah.
Go lose $80,000 in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's starting to slow. Let me get off this 1 minute. It is a little choppy on ES. 5 minute on NQ is still pushing. Man, I would honestly like to see a little bit of a pullback before running those highs on ES.
I'm hoping that we can get some kind of pullback so things can kind of sync up a little bit and make a little bit more sense, because right now there's the very mixed conditions. But a lot of times this happens when we have something we've been waiting for, a big news point, a big data point, big earnings, whatever it is. And we actually had both of those because we had Nvidia and then GDP. So the market's got to kind of digest a little bit. And a lot of times the bigger move on days like this happens after this morning session settles. So you have to be paying attention, because you've really got to watch the levels and make sure that you're not missing anything. You don't want to miss the move when it finally starts to happen. Yeah.
What's next risk to reward? I'm not in a trade right now currently, but I usually shoot like 1 to 2, 1 to 2.5. 5 minutes.
CJ is waiting for 660 to get in long.
also need to probably mark off a point where I don't want to take long anymore if it goes below a certain level. I think it's got to be below this hourly gap. So so if ES closes in 15 minutes, but then you have the one down here. Oof.
It's messy right now.
Yeah. I think a good spot. Dang. Let's just see how we print for the next 15 minutes. I'll reevaluate at 10 o'clock on the hour before I head out on the hourly close and see what's going on. Just in case we get some crazy sell off.
No Luck Pure Skill got $1,000. Congrats.
So you have an option to compete against Patrick for 25K, or you and Rena can compete against him, or y'all can compete against each other for how much?
For $25,000. The winner gets to take home $25,000 in prize money. Yeah,
That's crazy.
I know, right? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure which one it will be. I'll get more
you don't get to pick.
information.
He has to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. What do you guys think? What would be better for us to compete against PW? It would be our combined P&L, like Rena and mine combined against his, or is it better for me to go head to head with Rena?
I think he should probably do it you versus her, because no one wants to see him win his own money. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So like do the option where he at least has to pay somebody, right?
Yeah, yep. I like that. At least one of us will walk away with 25,000. I mean, Rena or me.
Yeah, like you have 50-50 chance of winning, which, I mean, you could. I mean, you know, I don't know. I think it'd be better too if you did it that way. Take PW down. I think you guys can do it. Yeah, I'd like to see y'all do it.
I think, yeah, I feel like we could do it. But he's a good trader, right? Like he makes thousands of dollars. So it would be tough. And then I was thinking about it. Well, if it's combined P&L, like if one of us is having a bad day and the other is having a good day, then our combined like P&L would just be flat. So I'm like, ooh, maybe it would be better to go head to head. Like,
Okay, why don't you just got to beat everybody. This is what I always tell my kids too. You got to leave no doubt. You just wipe the floor with everybody, and then there's no competition for,
Yeah.
How'd you get invited to this? Like, how'd you?
Oh, it was on X. So PW put out a post saying, tag your favorite like female traders to go head to head, something like that. And then he ended up picking Rena, and then Rena put out a post saying like, who should I compete against? And then I got tagged in that, and then she tagged PW, and she's like, Terry Trades 100 would be a fierce competitor. And then he's like, done, you two. So it was very exciting. It happened very quickly. I was like, yes, I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And then PW put out a post that was like, what do you guys think? Can they handle the heat? Should they compete against me? So yeah, it's up in the air. We shall see which one it will be.
For 10 minutes. Oof. So we closed at 10 o'clock, but man, honestly, this structure reminds me of like it's looking like a short to me, and I hate to do it because we have those highs up there on ES. But if we lose that hourly level, oof.
What's your hourly level on ES that you're looking at?
65.0875 all-time highs.
Okay.
I want to see it get above that.
I was looking at that 64.90.
Oh, you mean for longs? Yeah. So 64.90 to 64.96. Anything in there for a long, but like I say, it's kind of giving me a short.
Yeah, it's getting kind of ugly.
It's getting ugly. I got tagged out, guys. It's taking out that first 5-minute low. So the 15-minute and the 5-minute orb traders are being tagged in short.
Yeah, this is the ES one triggered on the last candle. We're about to book that one, hopefully, at 83. I hate it when the orb levels don't match with my other levels, but that's what's going on there. And then the NASDAQ one. It only took one contract. That must have been a big. It took 4 ESs, only one NASDAQ.
It is volatile. Holy smokes. Moving a lot this morning.
Let's go, Mr. Delusional.
What's I missed it.
He was in the short.
Nice. Congrats, Mr. Delusional. Just made 400 profit on that short. Let's go.
Yeah, I was trying to bounce off that level I had there. That drives me crazy, but oh well. I'll let it do its thing. What are you guys trading? Futures. I'm in ES and NASDAQ. The scalp I took earlier was on NASDAQ, but well, I do the micros for the orb trade so they're prop firm friendly. Sometimes we get some pretty wild ranges on the opening range. So in order to not blow prop accounts, I have minis running on that one.
Jeez Louise.
Look at
Come
these
on, go get it.
ranges.
We are right down on where ES. What do we do here? Is that the
London
settlement?
low.
Okay.
Manver won a scale account from chat. Abhishek every day picks 5 winners from our chat to win a free account, and he just passed it.
Let's go. I'm telling you, the free accounts that you get are the best luck ones. Be sure to get your account in the 20K. The 20K.
There is
giveaway.
there's a divergence right now with NQ and ES at the London low. So NQ ES ran that low, NQ has not. So I want to see. And the only reason I'm looking at that is because I just find it a hard time believing when we leave equal highs at all-time highs with ES. So I just think we make a move back higher, but I'm a little I'm a little conflicted right now.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, for the rest of August, Abhishek is picking 5 winners throughout the day from chat to help encourage everyone, like get involved, chat it up, make some new friends.
Bribe Abhishek. No, just kidding. He's the most popular guy in chat these days.
Yes, we love Abhishek.
Oh, we have a poll asking y'all what you like to trade, if it's the ES or the NQ. Yeah, y'all are NQD. I see that. NASDAQ degens in the house. I say why not both, but
Yeah, same.
they got mad when I did the Por qué no los dos. They're like, no, but that's the gift everyone uses in chat. Why not both? All right. It's trying to hold that level on ES. I could have used a couple more ticks. Can we get a couple more ticks? You know what it is tech's falling apart. Tech was pumping at the open and now it's falling apart.
Good stuff, Voltron.
Jeebus gets it.
Voltron's in the house. 1,600 times 10 funded accounts.
Oh wow. Okay, you've had an all right day. Is that an order flow trade? That's like the ideal way to go into the long weekend too. Totally get to chill tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's another thing too. I'm trying to like have a good
So
setup today, so I can just kind of chill tomorrow. Fridays, like I said, I don't really like
take that
trading
as a
Fridays.
lesson. So Voltron is using order flow, which is old school techniques. It's real trading. It's not hijacked names that are taken out of context. So highly recommend checking out order flow. You don't have to use the footprint charts. There's different ways to look at it, but the footprint charts are pretty handy.
September 15th. That's all I gotta say.
And they do have football. Nick starts talking and I go into football mode. They do have footprint charts on Trade also. They're in the community thing there. All right. Oh,
It's pushing lower. It's trying.
We have football
Wow.
tonight.
Finally, huh?
Finally.
Going.
The ES trade is closed, so I switched over to this NASDAQ one. But since we had that wider range on the candle, it's calculating my risk based on that candle, and so it's only in 1 micro because that candle was so big. We like big candles in the morning. Oh, I forgot to change my don't be a dick for a tick offset on this one. I'll do that for tomorrow. There it goes. I added it to the trail. I didn't have it on the trail last week, so that was driving me crazy. It would have to hit exactly that amount instead of just above or below like I normally trade it. Which videos do I recommend? I recommend my videos. You mean for order flow? I need to do some order flow ones. There's a few, but they're kind of random. The order flow videos are few and far between. I do have one on delta divergences with NinjaTrader, and that is a different way of looking at order flow. It's the same concept. You're looking, so if you think about a DOM or like a price ladder, you've got a price and you've got the bid and the ask. And when you analyze them, instead of going across, because if you match a buyer and a seller, it's going to be diagonal. There's the spread between the market maker and the broker keeps and things. So you've got the spread between the bid and the ask. So you're not comparing the DOM horizontally, you're comparing it diagonally. And that way you can kind of see which one was the aggressor, which one was the more aggressive position based on if that's higher or lower, if it's a bid or an ask. And that's how they calculate if it's buy or sell volume. And that's the kind of thing that you need to understand when you're getting into footprint charts. I will totally make a video about that. I couldn't record very much this week, but I'm planning to do some recording next week. So.
Someone asked, why are stocks listed on NASDAQ often considered to be more volatile than those listed on the New York Stock Exchange?
A lot more volume, right?
The ones in NASDAQ are on the New York Stock Exchange. It's just that the NASDAQ is tech, and tech can be more volatile. Someone was saying that we had somebody talk about the orb trade being stupid. Yeah, the orb is literally like traded by hedge funds and all kinds of places. There's just different ways to do it. There's a lot of there's 15 minutes and 30 minutes and 5 minutes, but it's a real strategy used by real funds. ICT does not use it because it's too simple. He does not like simple. So if you like complicated, by all means, if you like
just
things
check out
simple,
my YouTube. Just check out my YouTube.
Yeah, if you like things hard, go see Nick's. If you like things easy, go see mine.
Guys, I think we should get an ICT chant going right before I leave. Can we get going? ICT. Come on now. Let's see if we can get going here. Let's see if we can get like chat get wild in here. It looks like what was this? Yeah.
There you go, cheater. That's right. If it works for you, it's good. Like, I don't understand insulting other people's trading strategies just because you personally aren't good at it. You know what I mean? Like, if it works for somebody else, let them have it. Don't like, oh, that's no good because I'm no good at it. Like, you know, it all works out.
I agree. Yeah. I find it dumb how people be like, they'll be like, oh yeah, that don't work. I'm like, bro, like, can you just shut up? Like, just mind your own business. Like, I also trading's like the only sport is literally just you versus you. But I see so many. It's so different compared to any other like business. More people talk more in this business about other people's trading strategies than any other business. I'm like, bro, it doesn't matter.
Like other traders
weird.
talking about other
Yeah.
traders. Like in golf, you don't hear about professional traders like constantly talking about other golfers like game. Yeah, it is
No,
different.
it's go out and play.
Nick, before you head, oh
yeah,
yeah,
no,
I was just going to. I was just going to say before you head out, can you share with us your thoughts?
I am a little I'm a little conflicted, to be honest. It's like one of those. I cannot believe we left the highs on ES. I'm going to see. Well, we just closed. We're still in this hourly gap on ES. On NQ, we're still in it as well. There is an SMT at London low. So the London low right here on NQ has not been ran. On ES, it has. So I want to see if we get a move up here. And the only reason I'm kind of conflicted is ES still has this high, right? I just cannot believe that we left equal highs at all-time highs. So I'm like 60-40 bullish on a move back to here. But if we see more displacement lower, maybe another 15-minute candle closure, shorts would probably be the play. Congrats to people who took short though. I couldn't do it with those equal highs up here. So yeah, that's gonna do it for me. We'll be back tomorrow for Fridays.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all take it easy. Have fun. Be safe.
Bye, Nick. Yes, I did hop in on that 15-minute orb. It's the same entry as the 5-minute orb. I like it when it does that. Today might be a tricky day, I have to say.
That was not an oops, Obby. If I've got these guys come on here every single day and are trying to say that I don't trade anything but an orb when I literally sit here live and trade all kinds of other shit and answer questions about orbs and don't put up with BS. Like, oops. Yeah, oops.
No,
Don't worry
you
about
guys,
it.
yeah. Barbie
Like, this
trades
is what we're
lots of
saying. Like,
different
you
strategies.
can't hate on people because of their trading strategies. Like, that is just the weirdest thing. You need to focus on your own trading strategies. If you're like that, just I always read that as pure projection. When I have somebody up in my comment saying the orb strategy never works, it's a losing strategy, there's no way to make this work, because I personally make it work, and other real traders who actually trade for a living. I have one, I think, coming here to talk to me. I have a couple people talking about the orb. One of them, I think, is going to come here and talk with me about the orb because she's been trading it for a really long time. Her family was in trading. Her family has traded it. Like, this is a decades old strategy. Just because you can't make it work or because you don't like it doesn't mean it's trash. And that really goes for any trading strategy. We have to remember that there's a lot of different ways to do business in the market. We've got scalps, we've got systematic trades, we've got volume profile trades, we've got all of these different systems. And of course, you're not going to be able to use them all. You got to use the one where you find your edge, where it's connecting to you. And, getting online and trashing other people's strategies, y'all have to understand how obvious it is that you don't make profit if you do that. Just saying.
Yeah. Tone Balone says, preach. It is best to focus on our own game.
But that's for everybody, like if somebody's trading something that you don't like, you can just not trade that, right?
Yeah.
There's like so many trading strategies.
100%. Huh?
And we like to talk about a lot of the different ones here, but the orb strategy is a big one right now. We're going to talk about it.
It's a very sexy trade.
It paid today too. It's a weird day to insult it. Really weird day to insult that trade.
Hi, Magnus.
Greetings. Can you hear me? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh
You
no,
can
I
hear
was
me well.
I just think that we were making a good point there, but I'm happy to see you here too. Buff
Yeah.
Mag is in the house. Gigamag.
Gigamag.
Well, you had a point. At the end of the day, Barbie, if you're making money, or if whoever, your family or whoever it was, your friend's family or something, at the end of the day, if they're making money, then who cares?
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, it's really weird to come on the internet and yell at people for making money. It's really weird.
Yeah. It's funny. Everyone has something to say every time in this space. All right. So, chat, the reason I am on is I am here to make some negotiations with you. All right. Let's do it like this. If you can get us 50 tweets, at least 50 tweets about the 1 billion giveaway, all right, and you tag, this is on X, so 50 posts, and you tag hashtag MFU, all right? I'm gonna do it like this so you can see it like that. And you post about the 1 billion giveaway. If you can do 50 of them, we are gonna add to the next dose or code, we are gonna add 5 resets, and also I'm gonna have Abhishek pick 5 new winners from the chat in addition to the 5 he picks already this day. How does that sound? Is that a deal or is it not a deal? Yes or no?
I mean, it's a good deal for chat. Let's do it.
Yes, yes, yes. Type in yes if you want this deal. I'm seeing lots of deals and winning.
All right. So all you need to do is go to X and you post about this 1 billion giveaway. And I'm going to have Abhishek pick 5 winners from the chat in addition to those 5 he picks every day. All right. And we're also going to add 5 resets to the next dose. All right. I think they like the idea, Terry.
Yes. I'm seeing lots of yeses. Let's go. MyFundedFutures winning.
Wonderful.
Okay, so someone said they're confused. So go on to X, and then you want people to hashtag hashtag MFFU in the post, and then to share the stream, Magnus?
No, not share the stream. I want them to post about the 1 billion giveaway.
About the 1
about
billion
this.
giveaway.
Because
Okay.
we need to get the word out. And I believe everyone in the chat is already signed up. If you're not, you might get banned. So don't tell me. All right? So if everyone in the chat is already signed up, we need to get the word out somehow. And this is a very effective way. And, you know, we will reward chat for it. They help us out. We help them out. I think it's a fair deal. And chat already accepted it.
Yeah. Okay, so I will pull up my X so I can show you guys. Clear up some confusion. So go to MyFundedFutures on X. Oh, is it sharing now? I think it's
got it.
It is sharing.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you want us to go to this post. This one? Which one do you want us to go to?
No. They just need to make a post. All right.
Oh,
they just need to make a post, and then
Okay.
they put the hashtag
Okay.
MFU
So
in the post, because then
I'll do
I'm
this.
able.
Like this. You want us to
Well,
make a fresh one.
well, yeah, you can do it like that, and then you just tell something about the 1 billion giveaway.
Okay.
That's it. You just make a post.
1 billion giveaway.
Because I will be able to track the amount of posts we get with this hashtag. So that is the idea.
That's the key point, is talk about the giveaway, the 1 billion giveaway with 20,000 accounts, and use that hashtag. That's the 2 main steps there, right?
Yes, that is correct. You got it.
Okay,
Exactly.
so I'm going to show you guys how I'm going to do it. So I'm going to copy this, and then here we go. Join our 1 billion giveaway, and then I'm going to post. You can do it any way you want, but I want people to be able to sign up so they know where to sign up. Sign up here.
Yeah, so you can do however you like. Just get the main point across and the hashtag, and that's fine. All right. And then another thing, chat. If you haven't received the emails yesterday from yesterday's winners, like I am not sure they have gone out yet because customer service was so clogged yesterday. So stay patient. You will get the email. Please do not open tickets, because when you open tickets, it delays everything further, and it's not nice. It's not necessary. You will get them if you're a winner. And also, when we do the account codes nowadays, I'll tell this to Terry and Barbie as well. We'll switch it up a little bit. In a way, because I have got complaints that many people who have latency problems are never able to get anything. And we tested this yesterday during Matt's segment. it was very popular, actually. I thought there would be some backlash, but it was very popular. So what we do is we drop a form in the similar way that the code drop would pop up on the screen. It might pop up, well, it always pops up in the chat, all right? But I might mention a hint or something in the screen first. And this Google form, it's capped. So a certain amount of entries are only, like, you have to be fast to enter the form, but it's a big amount, all right? It's designed in a way that it won't be sent out to different Discords, but everyone in chat has a chance if you filled it out quickly enough. And then from those X amount of entries, we will randomize 25 winners. And that's how we're going to do things.
So exciting! More free accounts. Chat, do you guys like free accounts? I do.
And we might not do this. We might not do this every time. I'm not saying that, but I need to explain this because people don't know the rules. All right. So when that happens, whenever that happens, then you know what's up.
Thanks, Magnus.
Yeah. So I will let you two ladies talk about the market again, and I think I will have to go and track the X. I think we already have a lot of posts, so I need to go and count them. All right.
Yay.
Thank you. We'll see you
Thank
soon.
you so much. Yeah.
And especially when you have success with those free accounts, tag us. We'll hype you up.
Yeah. They are lucky, as Barbie shared with us this morning. They're some of the luckiest accounts.
Those are like my favorite emails and messages and things to get is like, hey, I won this account from the stream and then now I'm getting my first payout from it. It's like, wow, you literally just got free money.
Yeah.
Y'all are asking about account giveaway, and that's literally what we were just talking about. But so check out the thing that we're doing on X. You need to share the news about the $1 billion giveaway and then use hashtag MFFU so Magnus can track it. That's a really good giveaway because you have very good odds of being one of the 20,000, as Magnus just pointed out. So let's do it. All right, there's not a whole lot going on again, but hopefully I'm kind of watching the spot down here to see. This is that spot that I was watching to see if we dip into to reclaim and hold basically the 6490 area on ES. So this is on a more, I'm always thinking like short scale and then medium time frame and then higher time frame. Like on the shortest time frame, I'm still trying to figure out where the entry is, but on the medium time frame, if this holds, then I'm looking for continued bullishness. So that's where I could then kind of go in and look for that shorter term entry. But we'll see.
Let's see. Someone asked about the hashtag. It is hashtag MFFU on X. W for Magnus, you guys. Magnus is constantly negotiating for us, getting us free things. Gigamag.
I think it's cool that he's always trying to find ways to be most fair because we see the complaints about latency, and I don't totally understand that because like the stream sets to super low latency, but then I think it depends on where you are and all sorts of internet DNS things that nobody really cares about. So this way we've eliminated that problem entirely.
Yeah. Always cooking up different ideas for us.
Jeebus, I don't get involved with the IRS. That's what accountants are for. You got to have a good one that makes the money disappear when the IRS is looking, but reappear when you need it.
Okay, MyFundedFutures said we only have 23 tweets so far. My friends need more work.
Pretty good chances on that one too. YouTube has built-in latency. That's just the way it works. So yeah, that's why we're trying to find new ways to take that out of the equation. Well, thank you, Knight. Market's really not wanting to budge off of the spot right now. Hopefully we get something here. What I've noticed is a lot of the times when we have these slower opens, this wasn't a super slow open though. We had a kind of a mega candle on the NASDAQ, but when we have slower opens, a lot of times we end up getting that move later in the morning. And I think it's just, there's so many orders stacked. I do have a video coming out about, it was kind of inspired by my stream yesterday. Towards the end, we were talking about just the mechanics of how the market actually works and how that kind of gets construed into some different terminologies that may not be in perfect context, but no matter how everybody's talking about it, we just need to kind of understand the mechanics of the market. But that's kind of what I'm looking at when I'm looking at these kind of things, is sometimes we just have a spot where the market has a lot of orders to get through, because that's kind of just a key level where the big guys are doing business. But you can't throw $1 million market order out, or you're not going to get the results you want. So what we'll watch, and this is when they start saying like absorption and all that kind of thing, but we're watching for that consolidation to kind of be in that zone and set up the next move. And sometimes we get that on we get it on the hourlies a lot, where it's like over a few days, but sometimes we'll kind of get that in the morning too, where we'll see that consolidation on the 5-minute and the 15-minute, and then it'll kind of break through. So hopefully we get a little bit of a move later, but I do like how this 64.90 level is holding. That's bullish. So as long as we're staying above there.
Someone asked, what are we tweeting? So if you go out to X and hashtag MFFU, and then tell everyone about the 1 billion giveaway with MyFundedFutures. And
it doesn't have to be a retweet. It can be an original tweet. Yeah. It just has to have two things: that hashtag, and Abhishek just put it in chat to the MFFU. And it has to let everyone know that we're giving away $20,000 accounts, or you can call it the $1 billion giveaway. Well, any of these like keywords that we've been in on. Oh yeah, I'd seen somebody ask about stop losses too. This might be good. Someone was asking, do you use a stop loss? And yeah, especially in futures. I know when you're thinking about the prop accounts, maybe the prop account is your stop. Like once it's blown, that's your stop. But I'm not just trading prop accounts. The way that I approach futures is I have my own funded account is kind of my primary account. That's the one that I do first. That's the one that gets the A+ setups. And then I have prop accounts to add leverage to those A+ setups, or take some other trades and try out some other strategies and things. So because my funds, I put that money in there, at least initially, that is, it's very valuable to me. I feel like I need to be a perfect steward of it. So I always have a stop loss in that account. But I try to carry the same thing over to futures. I don't want to try to trade this account one way and another account another way to an extreme where I'm changing every single little thing, like whether or not I'm using stop losses, because that's just too much. I want to keep things as simple as possible. And if I want to de-risk, then I can switch from minis to micros or a smaller position, but I don't want to ever just get rid of my stop loss. On options, I'll do a little bit differently. On options, I tend to be not leaving the stops there, but that's partly because of how premiums work and partly because of how market closures work with that. But I'm always paying attention. So on options, the way premiums work, it's not always just going to be the flat out price. We've got time components and all kinds of things, but I'm looking for an area on the chart. So I always have an alert that'll say, oh, well, we need to stop out of the SPY calls here because we've gone below 620 or something like that. So there's always a stop in some form. It's just futures can move so fast. I think we forget how much leverage we're working with. Do y'all know how much do y'all know the notional value of one NASDAQ, since y'all are NASDAQ obsessed? What the
times
notional
20.
value?
It's times 20.
It's
Do you guys know?
So I mean, it's getting close to $500,000 right now.
One contract.
That's what one NASDAQ is actually worth in the market. And so we're thinking about, oh, we're just using $1,000, but that's not what it's worth. So that's why in futures, like, yeah, I'm always going to have a stop on there. I don't want to be on the hook for $500,000.
No. Someone asked, how much do you risk on the orb trade?
So it's going to depend on your account. And that's why I have a hard time I like to talk in percents instead of monetary risk a lot. But on this trade, because I'm running it in prop accounts, because I've set it up for the stream and everything to run in this prop account, I'm risking $300 per trade, and I'm taking two because I have the NASDAQ and the ES ones. I'm running both of those. But in order to be able to risk only $300 per trade on that, so it's $600 total for the day, which is still kind of risky. But in order to be able to do that, I have to use the micros. That's just the way it is. But since y'all are NASDAQ lovers here, I have a NASDAQ fact for you.
Ooh.
Did you know that the NASDAQ has more volume on the micros than the minis?
What? That's interesting.
Because the hedge funds and the big guys, the institutional smart money, they're using micros. So you don't need to be getting in this machismo contest with your contracts with yourself saying, oh, I have to trade minis because they're the big boys. Because the hedge funds, the actual big boys, are trading the micros too. So.
And the micros on MNQ is ×2. So not times 20. Someone asked, but it says NQ is below 24,000. If you're not trolling, you must be new, right?
That's not the value. Yeah. So that's just the points. But we've got how much is one tick worth? It's not dollars on the indexes, it's points, and our ticks and our points are worth different amounts. I'm talking about the notional value. I saw somebody post, oh, you have to have 30,000 in margin. That's how much the CME margin requirement is. But what I'm talking about is the actual notional value of how much one NASDAQ controls in the stock market, like how much value it actually controls. That's how we get these massive moves. That's how you get hundreds of dollars on a little quick move like that. It's because the leverage is absolutely insane. And MyFundedFutures and a lot of us home traders too are using discount futures brokers that have all this risk built in because they specialize in futures. But you still need to understand what you're working with. Just because they give you a discount on your margin rate, and just because the margin rate is already discounted relative to the notional value, that doesn't discount the value of the actual contracts that we're using at all. And you have to pay attention to that. So
yeah, I pulled up the CME group's website. For people who aren't familiar with this website, definitely go check it out. So this is the actual futures exchange, the CME group. And here is the NASDAQ 100 futures, the contract specs. So this is what we're actually trading, you guys. When we hit buy, sell, on the sim environment, this is what we're trying to trade. So each point is times 20. Everything's times $20. So that's why it's like $500,000 almost, right? And then, yeah, you can check it out with all the different products here too.
Coop, that is why you have to have a lot of margin to hold overnight, and why the prop firms don't allow it is because their brokers kicking into the full CME margin. So you can't do it. Your prop account's not big enough. I saw Abhishek is posting that link too. Y'all, just get that account. There's no reason to not get that account. And then post about it too. Maybe you'll get a bonus extra account. There is a lot that goes on behind the scenes to be able to offer those kind of deals. So definitely take advantage. They can't do that all the time. Somebody's got to pay for this stuff.
Pi says NQ with crazy ATR and we aren't moving. This only means that we are preparing for a big move later. Yeah, maybe. That was wild. Oh my gosh. The first 5-minute candle was like 130 points.
Yeah, you do have to be subbed. It's a pretty minor requirement because it is free to hit that little subscribe button, like literally free. So cost you nothing. It's just a little subscribe tax, that's all.
It's like a free tax, if there exists such a thing. Subscribe tax, that's funny.
The Internet Explorer name, I love that.
Uh,
Robbie, you're asking how do you avoid revenge trading after a loss? I'll answer this, and I want Terry to answer too. But the way I approach the market is I'm going to enter a trade based on some criteria that I've already determined. I've planned this trade ahead of time, and I'm just waiting for the market to present that opportunity to use that entry method into the market. So if that entry method fails, then the trade fails. That doesn't mean that I failed. There's nothing to take revenge on, right? It's just literally a trade that I attempted failed, and that's okay. My job now is to go look for the next one and not to sit there and like try to take it personally and say the market has done this thing to me. I need to get back at it. The market doesn't give a crap. So I'm not going to try to challenge it like that.
Yeah. Mr. Delusional says revenge trading equals losing a degen trade. Yeah, revenge trading is tricky. Like, to me, when I think of revenge trading, I think that means, in my mind, that's like a tilt. Like, that's the part of tilt. Like, the out of control trading, the like, oh, I got to get that money back, or let me risk the whole account, and that desperate feeling. I think the key, and I'm still 100% working on this. I think the key is being aware of those emotions, like feeling like, oh, okay, I know this feeling of like the urge of wanting to double up or triple up, like, and then also, like, for me, it's erratic trading is kind of like a sign. Like, if all of a sudden I'm going long short, it's like, okay, if I'm doing that, I just got to shut it down and walk away. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
tough. I think a lot of people struggle with that. Great question.
I do think it's one of those things, like we talk about how you can't just learn how to read charts and automatically become a trader. Like, there's steps in that. And that's one of those things that you develop over time. It gets easier. And Nick and I have both spoken a lot about how we get sick and tired of being sick and tired of doing the same stupid shit. So a lot of it's that is just like with that more experience you identify earlier is like, oh, this is that situation. I don't want to be in that situation. Because for me, one of the things that I've struggled with is after I've wrapped up my morning, I'll still be sitting here and be like, and it won't be a real setup, but I'll kind of be like, hey, that kind of looks like something. And so I'll enter something that I didn't need to be entering. And then I'm sitting there going, I don't even want to be in this trade. I'm losing a trade now that I didn't even really want to be in. It wasn't part of my plan. It's like, why am I doing this to myself? I could be out taking a walk or enjoying my life, and instead I'm punishing myself here. And that's the way I kind of look at it is I don't want to put myself in that. I have a choice here is it's fork in the road, and I can hit the button and I can get in some stupid trade I don't want to be in, or I can finish my work and go have fun.
Having fun sounds so much better. Barbie, last minute thoughts with us before we take off for the day?
Well, market is kind of ugly, and it's just hanging around that spot that's kind of the line in the sand for me. So I hope it actually gets some movement away from there. That'd be the 64.90 level still. I'm a little bit obsessed with it today. Sorry, guys. But hopefully we can get something going here. It's not a total dud for the day, but I will be looking for kind of that later morning reversal with this setup that we have going on today.
All right. This is the wrap. Thanks everyone for joining us today. We will be back on early in the morning, and Ash is up next. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome, Ash, to the show.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Magnus. How are you doing today? I believe your mic is muted. I wasn't able to hear you there.
Sorry, I always forget. It's nice to speak to you for the first time
Hey.
ever, my friend.
How are you
Chat?
today?
I'm very good. I'm very good. You know, this is awesome to have you on and speak with you like this. Chat doesn't know, but I knew about Ash when he went by Ash Ketchum. Like, I'm an OG. I learned a lot from this guy, and I do pretty well now with trading. Like, I learned a lot from this guy. Huge prop. Like, you don't know this guy. He knows how to trade. I've seen his receipts. He's very good at trading. So thank you, Ash.
Only real OGs remember when the name was Ash Ketchum.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, you had this. I believe you have the Unicorn University now, right?
Yeah, so there's one public Discord. That's probably the one that you're referring to. There's also a paid Discord. The Unicorn University is the paid Discord. But the public one was the one that's been around for a long time. I've had that public one. It's going on like 7 or 8 years now. I talk about journaling all the time, and that's where I journal. It was just the first free location that I was able to type into. So that's why I started using Discord. And we've been there ever since.
Wonderful. Yeah, you know, I learned a lot from your free Discord. This was back when I believe you didn't have a paid Discord. I think you only had a free one. I'm not sure, but that's where I was at least. And you're very consistent. I think you're one of the most consistent traders I've ever seen. Like, you're just sometimes I think you're a robot, honestly. Like, you're very good at it. I don't know.
AI.
It's crazy. Always show up and do the same thing over and over and over again. And it shows in the results. It's really awesome.
Ash GBT.
Yeah, that's the. I see you have got the piano back now as well.
Yeah,
wonderful.
That just means we're in the regular office.
Yeah, wonderful. All right. So the reason I jump on, there's two reasons. First of them is you don't even know about this, but you will have a guest coming on tomorrow. I hope you're all right with it. We will have Rake Trades on with you tomorrow. He will join us at 11 a.m. for 30 minutes. And the second thing is this is for chat. All right. So chat, you did a great work with the X. We did hit the target. Therefore, honestly, we should have what's it called, slow mode for this one, because I'll have Abhishek pick 5 winners right now from the chat as a thank you for posting about this 1 million giveaway. How does that sound? And also, we have added 5 resets to the next code, which will drop during Ash's segment. How does that sound, Ash? We did a deal with Ash, with chat previously.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, to be completely honest, it's astonishing the amount of value that's given away here. And talk about consistency. The consistency at which the value is being handed out every single day, it proves the value.
Yeah, it's just amazing. May I ask you one thing before I leave here, because I'm very busy. I have a lot of stuff to do. I'm wondering, because I see you are doing very well on the live account, right?
Yep.
And I saw you took a few payouts. I don't know if you have, like, what's the amount of payouts you have got, and how much have you taken? Because you have been compounding this account pretty damn hard for the past couple of months or something, and it's very crazy. I don't know. I just see you like having a bigger balance every time, and I don't know what is going on.
Yep. So the account started with $10,000 in it. That was the original starting balance. From that starting balance, I've taken $20,000 in payouts. So that is withdrawn money that's actually in my own bank account. That also equates to a 200% return. So very happy about that. And then on top of that, I started compounding. So the entire reason behind the compounding is obviously to get to larger position sizes and larger withdrawals. So for me, I've been taking partials along the way while trying to build that buffer. A lot of individuals will like to just take the entire buffer out. And in my opinion, that kind of means you're closing the account, right? Because then you don't have any buffer to work with. So what I've been doing is taking smaller payouts throughout that time so that I can keep increasing the buffer. And right now I need to check, it's somewhere around like 37 or 40K in buffer So that's after the withdrawals have already occurred. So
That's crazy.
that
is crazy.
For that reason, I've went from 1 contract of NQ to 2 contracts of NQ to 4 contracts of NQ. So and that's the purpose behind the compounding.
And we are talking minis, right?
Minis.
Mini. That's crazy.
Yeah, NQ. Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. Very nice. One question. How do you determine when you add another contract?
Dividing your drawdown by 10. So, for example, if your normal risk is $500, then you should only be using 1 contract, because to get to $500 on 1 contract of NQ, that's only going to be 25 points, right? So understanding how much NQ moves within 1 point helps you determine that along with your drawdown. So the first portion is the risk management and dividing it by 10. So, right, if I'm sitting there with $40,000 of buffer to work with, then risking $4,000 on 1 single trade is acceptable, along with $4,000 on 4 contracts of NQ, right? That would be 50 points at 4 contracts. So you can see the points to invalidation is important, right? Because if you're trying to use 1 contract at 1 point of invalidation or 5 points of invalidation, you're going to get stopped out every time, because 1 candle fluctuates more than that every single time on a 1-minute chart. So it's the understanding of how much volatility is within NQ. You got to be giving yourself enough invalidation to actually even stay in the trade. That's the first answer. And then the second answer is your own risk management for the balance of the account, right? So I say divided by 10 because when I look at my prior data, my worst losing streak is a 7-loss streak. So if I divide it by 10, then I shouldn't blow the account, says my data.
Yeah, it's when you were, I don't know how long time ago, or was it a back test or whatever, but when you are in these drawdowns, what do you feel?
Nothing.
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 You're not worried at all. Not at all. You don't care.
No. So, for example, if you start to get emotional to the point where you change your position size, you change your system, then you're going to skew your risk to reward, right? So, for example, you have a 2-loss streak and you move from 1 contract of NQ, you move from 2 contracts of NQ, and you want to cut your position size in half to 1 contract of NQ. Well, when you take that 2R trade, when you have 1 contract of NQ, it's not going to make up that difference in terms of risk to reward. So if you're changing your position size throughout that time you're going to skew the risk to reward, which leads back to the beginning question. You can't feel anything, right? Even with winning, like even if you want to bring the other side of the question into the conversation, you should not become overconfident when you start winning.
Of course, and
that's going to ruin you just as bad.
Yeah, I have been trading for a long time as well, and I have had my fair share of pain as well. So I know what you mean by saying you kind of stop feeling, you get used to it. But I don't like large drawdowns, and for that reason, this is something that maybe you and I disagree a little bit on. But I use 1-to-1 risk to reward flat every time. That's the only thing I use, because it basically means that the drawdowns are not as steep or prolonged. Just statistically, if you put it in a vacuum, I know you use 2-to-1. And I have used 2-to-1 as well. I just like 1-to-1 more. So I don't really get those prolonged drawdowns, because that's when it can start messing with my head. I am aware of this, and this is something for you as well, chat. If you are the type of person who knows that, well, you would rather want to see, everyone wants to see green, right? But if you really can't, like, you can use any kind of risk reward, but if you increase your risk reward, statistically, your win rate is going to be lower and you will see more red. You need to be able to accept that you will see more red if you have a higher win rate. For me, I know I'm the type of person, I need to not see so much red, all right? Because it will start messing with my head. But other than that, honestly, I trade kind of similar to you. I trade breakers and unicorns, my friend. So
I really like that, the way that you're responding, you keep saying right? Like, you understand yourself, right? You're not sitting there saying, 1 to 2 risk reward is incorrect. You're saying, I work better because I need to do the 1 to 1. And in my opinion, that's the most important part, is knowing yourself and knowing your own data. If you perform better at 1 to 1, it doesn't matter what Joe Schmo says on the internet. You need to do what's best for yourself. And you do that by looking inward, not on social media.
Absolutely. This is amazing, and this was very fun, Ash. Honestly, this feels almost like a solo coaching session or a therapy session or something. It's very awesome. I might just hop on every now and then just to have a chat with you. It's very nice because I learned a lot from you. Like, you don't know, I learned a lot from this guy. Chat, this guy is legit. Trust me, he's very good at trading. So listen to him. It is at times it may be a little repetitive, but you have to accept that trading is kind of that's what trading is. It is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and doing it well, consistently, and over time it stacks up. It's like you lay a brick, one brick at a time. You lay a brick and you lay another brick, and before you know this, you will have a wall of China. That's how it works.
Brick by brick.
Exactly. All right, Ash.
And that's the same thing with working out. A lot of people, they want to just lose 10 pounds today, when the reality of the situation is it might take you half a year. It might take you a year, but you're not going to see that progress instantaneously, yet you still need to show up with the same ambition, the same focus, no matter what.
Exactly. That's exactly how it is. And, you don't notice anything day by day, but then you look in a couple months or something and you look at the mirror and you're like, wow, something changed. So, I don't know if chat has heard the story of the bamboo, but do you know about it? The story of the bamboo? Ash, of course he knows about it. I don't know exactly how long they grow, but they grow underground for a very long time. Nothing happens. And then in a few short weeks, I believe it's weeks, they shoot up like massively in the air. Like they grow very quickly, but no one sees when it's underground. All right. But then it's like it looks like an overnight success. And I've said this many times, chat. Trading goes from being one of the worst decisions you have made to one of the best, but you just have to go at it. You have to have this persistence to keep going.
You're gonna have to join the stream a lot more. I mean, this is just pure value.
Well, I'm sort of a mirror of you because I learned so much from you, and also the psychology aspect. Like, I don't trade a lot. I have traded once last week and once this week. I did take another trade earlier today, but I cut it at break even because it was a short. I didn't like how ES didn't take all-time high, so I cut it. But both were winners this week and last week. I don't trade a lot, and that's something I learned from you. Quality
green is
quantity,
good,
right?
And it doesn't matter what kind of green. If you get green, that's what matters.
Exactly.
A winning trade is not what a profitable business is. A winning couple trades is not what a profitable business is. You need to do whatever you need to do to get to that payout. So if that's one trade a week, if that's one trade a day, and there is no right or wrong. The only thing that there is red or green.
Exactly. Preach. All right. It was a wonderful chat. I'll let you talk. I'm sure you have a lot of stuff to talk about today as well, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm always here in the background listening, so it's wonderful.
Thank you for your time. Chat, definitely throw a bunch of W's in chat for Magnus.
And Ash as well. He's wonderful. Some
pure value this morning.
Thank you so much. All right. I'll switch you to a solo session now. Thank you, Ash.
All righty. Have a good day.
You too.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Guys, throw a bunch of hearts in chat for Magnus. That was just pure gold. The logic that's being provided, you can see that across multiple different traders. And I was trying to say that yesterday, and today's another great example of it. It's not the system that we're using, it's the mindset, it's the emotional intelligence, it's the logic that's being used. And you can see that across all of the traders, right? You can see that when Barbie's talking. You can see that when Nick is talking. You can see that when Magnus is talking. Tom, Matt, the whole nine. It's just pure value, and it goes to show you that this business is truly 80% mental and 20% chart. If you could win the war in your mind, that's when you're going to start to make progress. The whole team. You can see it. So let's take a look. We're going to do a top-down analysis. I like to start my stream with what's going on for the day. That way you can see what I'm looking at, see what we're executing. Let's start from the top. First things first, understanding the economic calendar. I prefer to be executing on days that have red folders. Days that have red folders, that's our volatility driver. That's our volatility injection. Okay. That does not mean you can't execute on days that don't have red folders. All I'm saying is days that don't have red folders, I would be more patient and selective than normal. So in terms of creating a game plan, I'm always starting on the economic calendar to understand time. 8:30 a.m. already passed, so there's nothing else to worry about in terms of time, right? 9:30 New York Open, that's the only other time that you have to be concerned with, because that is another volatility injection. That is when the public is allowed to start trading. That is why it's called the opening bell, right? Because that's when New York opens. After understanding time, that's when I get out to the daily chart and I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Now, if you've been working with me, you already know what my bias is, because we've talked about this bias throughout the entire week. And if you want to fact check me, just go back to the prior live streams to get the information. We were bullish because price tapped into a daily bullish FVG. Therefore, when price is at a daily bullish FVG, that is a location for a bullish bias. We had a bullish bias and we're getting that move now. Now, I don't need to go over to ES because it's the correlated pair, but very quick, very simple. It's the same exact bias. We tapped into the bullish FVG. That's why we have been targeting new all-time highs. Okay, so bullish on ES and NQ. Once you're capable of creating a bias, that's when you go in looking for SMT, right? SMT is the confirmation stating it's time to engage with that bias. Okay, so it's a very clear bullish SMT here, right? So take a look at this right here, the 2 a.m. candle to the 9 a.m. candle. NQ made a higher low. Okay, take a look at ES, 2 a.m. candle to 9 a.m. candle. ES made a lower low, right? So bullish SMT at the lows. So bullish bias, bullish SMT means time to engage with that bias. Okay, so we hopped into the stronger pair, right? You long the stronger pair, you short the weaker pair. You can see here that NQ is the stronger pair because of the bullish SMT on the hourly chart. We hop down to an entry function time frame. Whether you want to use the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, your entry function time frame is going to be the lower time frame. Just pick one of them, move forward with it. So once here's the SMT. Once the SMT showed itself, right? Once the SMT showed itself, we started to look for a change in the state of delivery. You can see here that price had a very clear change in the state of delivery, right? So anything after this change in the state of delivery would be a long position. Okay, so here's the change in state of delivery right here, 10:02, 10:03, long entry, 10:04, 10:05, long entry, 10:26. And once again, for anybody that's been working with me, you know that I do a 1 to 2 risk to reward. So here's your 2R right here. Now, the last thing to put this information full circle is a draw on liquidity. When we're dealing with a draw on liquidity, we want to see equal highs or equal lows. It is very clear here that at New York Open, we created some equal highs. So to target this as 2R makes complete sense. Okay, so the long position played out beautifully. We're now here at target, right? This is that moment in time where I would tell you, don't be a stickler. Don't. If you had an objective of 2R and you're sitting there at 1.9R, are you going to be greedy enough to force yourself upon 2R? Or are you going to accept the fact that you've just captured 92 points in NQ and be done for the day? 92 points in NQ. You understand what I'm saying? So very good long. Ash, why do you always analyze in hindsight? Well, I'm not here at 9:30 a.m. If I had the morning shift, you would have saw this long. If you want to go watch my live stream in my communities, this was provided live in my Discord. So yeah, obviously it's hindsight because the information already occurred. I don't stream New York Open here. New York Open streamed in my community. If you'd like to go ask anybody in the community if they saw this live in real time, go and ask them. It's very simple. This is 10:30. This position happened before my stream. Ash, I'm now eligible for my first ever payout. Congratulations, Tron. Chat, throw a bunch of W's in chat for Tron. Very good job. First ever payout. Let's go. Huge win. Very good job. But doing so means the funded account will be blown. I know you always say take the payout, but I'm hesitant. Well, let me ask you one question. If you didn't take the payout and tomorrow you go and blow the account, are you going to be pissed off at yourself for not taking the payout? Yes or no? Ask yourself. If you go and blow the account tomorrow without taking the payout, are you going to be pissed off? So there's the answer, right? The money is not yours until it's in your bank account. So put the money in your bank account, right? You're not profitable because you've taken a couple winning trades. You're not profitable because you passed an eval. You're not profitable because you've backtested a winning system. You are profitable when your income is more than your expenses, right? So if you've purchased an eval and you have not had any withdrawals yet, then you are not profitable because your expenses are larger than your income. So we need to work on that, right? Take that withdrawal so you can have more income than your expenses, right? That was very helpful. Mr. or Mrs. Helpful. Helpful is saying, if somebody in the street stopped you right now and said, I will give you $500 right now, will you take it? Yeah. Yes, I would. So, in my opinion, take the money. That's what I have to say about that. All this hard work needs to be realized, right? You spend so much time, so much effort, so much focus. It needs to be realized, and it's realized when money is actually put into your bank account, right? Profits are not real until it's in your bank account. Plain and simple. Ash, is this a unicorn or not? Nope. Right. When I annotate things, I annotate them for what they are. Right. This is a change in the state of delivery. That is why it is not annotated as a unicorn, because it is not a unicorn. Right. If I annotated it as a unicorn, then it would be a unicorn, but it's not, because it's not a unicorn. How do you determine a change in the state of delivery? It's as simple as saying it's the very first moment in time the trend changes, right? So take a look at this. Let's do it real quick, right? We're in a downtrend. Ready? We're in a downtrend. We're doing lower lows and lower highs, lower lows and lower highs. Oh, we broke out of this downtrend. We're starting a new trend. right? So the change in the state of delivery simply is just the very first moment in time the trend changes, right? So this would be your change in the state of delivery right here. So a bullish change in the state of delivery will always be the opening price of a down closed candle. A bearish change in the state of delivery will always be the opening price of an up closed candle. Okay, so now take this. Let's go up here. Ready? Ready? Here's the start of the downtrend, right? We have a lower high, then we have a lower low. Lower high, lower low. Lower high, lower low. New high, right? We changed the trend right here. That's what a change in the state of delivery is. Very first moment in time, the trend changes. See, the opening price of the down close candle right before the trend changed. This is the change in the state of delivery right here. There's your 2R there on the longs, right? So if you were being greedy, if you're the individual that says, I will only take 2R, now it's absolutely time to be done because you've received 2R. Okay. So once again, the key points here, okay? The key points is the logic that's being provided to your decision making, right? Understanding the bias or draw on liquidity. Okay. In my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. Bias is your opinion of where price is moving. Draw on liquidity is the thing that price is moving towards. So in my opinion, it means the same exact thing. Time being the most important element. Notice the time here, right? We're in New York Open. We're looking at a 10 a.m. reversal, right? Very clear 10 a.m. reversal. Very clear bullish bias. Now it's just a matter of looking for a confirmation, right? SMT. I'm pointing out the logic that matters here. It doesn't matter what type of entry function you use. What does matter is the logic you provide to your decision making. Time, New York Open. Draw on liquidity. Equal highs or the bullish bias from the daily chart. Then having a confirmation, SMT. Those are the things that matter. It is not the entry function, right? I'm pointing to a change in the state of delivery this time. I'm not pointing to a unicorn. It's because the entry function doesn't matter. What does matter is the logic that you're providing to your decision making. So congratulations to the bulls. Throw a W in chat if you're able to catch the longs this morning. What a beautiful position it was. Absolutely great job. The bulls are still in control. Very good job. Bunch of W's too. Very good job, everyone. Very good job. Very, very good job. Lots of W's. Absolutely love to see it. Love to see it. Ash, do you trade the 1 minute now? I've always traded the 1 minute. That's not anything new. I've traded the 1 minute, traded the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the hourly, the daily, the weekly. I've traded them all. I raised my stop before the move. This is the exact reason why I don't move stops, right? I accept the risk before the risk is taken. Then I allow price to do whatever it wants to do. Either I get a win or I get a loss. I don't accept break even, right? If I'm going to put all this time, if I'm going to put all this energy into this, I want a result. The way that you get a result is by fully accepting the risk, right? So before you press any buttons, this amount of room right here, you need to fully accept this amount of money right here from entry to your invalidation. Once you fully accept that, once you press a button, then just let it play out. Okay? Because of this reason right here. Look, if you went to break even, you got stopped out at break even when the idea that you had is still valid, right? It never got invalidated. In fact, it then goes to target, right? So all I'm saying is if I want to risk, then I allow price to do what it wants to do. If you're not willing to risk, then don't take the risk, right? The time to be protecting your capital is when you go to purchase an account, right? If you are scared to be using your capital, then don't purchase an eval. If you want to risk, then purchase the eval. And when you go to risk, accept the risk. Oh. Chat, I think we know what that means.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real.
Chat, 55 free resets using code. I believe that's supposed to be competition, but maybe I'm giving it away. Competition 55. 50 free resets. Who's going to get one? Check it out, chat. Who's going to get one? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one. Congratulations to all the winners. Very good job. Another day, another giveaway. Throw some W's in chat. Denny and Magnus back there cooking it up once again. Thank you to Denny. Thank you to Magnus. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Chat, if you're getting any value from these streams, if you're getting any value from any of the hosts, any of the trades that we're talking about, any of the giveaways that we continue to keep doing every single day, sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. We've been doing this every single day since we started this live stream. Absolutely incredible how much value is being given away at such a consistent basis. Yeah, for all the individuals saying it's not found, that's because you are late. Okay? There's 700 people in here. There's only 55 giveaways. So, if you do not get it in time, that is because you are late. So, now that we got my analysis completed, now that we got the giveaway completed, let's go ahead and move over to chat. We'll talk about any kind of questions, any kind of information. Throw into chat any kind of question, any kind of information that you have for me, whether it's about this trading business, whether it's about today's actions, whether it's about anything to do with this trading business. Feel free to throw it in chat. Heading over there now, and we can do some questions and answers. Smartest thing to do when you're up is walk away. Say that louder for the people in the back, Raphael. If you're green, it is your responsibility to stay green. Okay? Go do anything else with your day. It doesn't matter what kind of green you are. if you're green, go to the gym, go work on another business, go do anything else other than hand back your hard-earned work. Ash, when in your trading journey were you able to make it full-time? I've never made it full-time. I don't think going full-time trading is a good idea. So for anybody that's been working with me, for anybody that's in my communities, I've always been a staple of multiple sources of income. Day trading is one of the riskiest things you can do. So you should have multiple sources of income. Okay? I do not think doing full-time day trading is a good idea. And not even just for the financial aspect, but for the performance in day trading, right? You don't want to be staring at the screen for 12 hours a day every single day. That's going to cause over trading. That's going to cause, first of all, don't we do this for the freedom, right? Don't we do this because you don't want to have a boss, because you want to have time freedom, location freedom? Well, if you're staring at the chart for 12 hours a day, that's the same thing as a 9 to 5. So in my opinion, you don't want to be trading full time. Ash Ketchum, what are your thoughts on inversions? They work. Unicorns work. Trend lines work. Opening range breakouts work. Is there like a certain question there? Maybe I'm not understanding. Everything works. It's the operator that executes it. The operator is what creates the system. Anything can work. What is your personal consistency ratio? I don't have a consistency. I'm in a live account. I don't have to deal with consistency. Can you please tell us the two indicators that you have on your chart? Yes, I have the kill zones right here. So this is to help me see Asia session and London session. Okay. That is called ICT kill zones. That is the first indicator. The second indicator is right here. To put these words on my chart, that's what AGFX watermark is. So I don't use indicators, right? I don't have trend lines. I don't have RSI divergence. I'm not, what you see here is what I'm using. And you'll see that throughout all my live streams. Ash, do you move your trade to break even? No, I don't. I accept the risk before the risk is taken. Then the only two outcomes I have are -1R or +2R. There's only one other moment in time where I'll have a different result. You're not allowed to hold positions overnight, right? So if you're in a position that has not received a result by the end of the day, I manually close it no matter where it is. Okay, so in that situation, maybe I've only gotten -0.5 an R or +0.5 an R, but that's because we're not allowed to hold things overnight. Ash, what's the least RR you will take? I think I just explained that. The results I look for are -1R or +2R. The only time that I close it early is because the market is closing and we're not allowed to hold things overnight. So any other questions, any other information, feel free to throw it in chat. It doesn't matter what part of this business it's about. It could be about trading. It could be about the back-end setup. It could be about mental or emotional intelligence. Anything that has to do with trading. Feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Am I live in my Discord every day? My live streams are for my paid group, not my public Discord. If you want to see my paid group, it's right here. It's right here. Could you tell us how you draw the 2-to-1 box that shows on the chart? It's right here. So this is a long position, right? This is a short position. Okay. That's what I have here. That's the tool that's showing the risk to reward. Chat, make sure you check out that $1 billion giveaway. They're doing the $1 core account giveaway for 20,000 traders. Abhishek is throwing the link in chat for it there. Definitely sign up for that. One of the largest giveaways MyFundedFutures has ever done. 20,000 traders. Absolutely insane. The link to that is right there in the chat. Make sure you sign up for that. Ash, can you explain a liquidity sweep? That's when price runs below a swing low or runs above a swing high. Very simple. All right, so let's hop out here. Swing high, price ran above it, right? Liquidity sweep. Swing low, price ran below it. Very simple. Liquidity sweeps are when price runs above a swing high or runs below a swing low. That's all it is. How do you find a good unicorn? At New York Open, I'm looking for a breaker block plus an FVG. At New York Open, I look for SMT to confirm that idea. That's all I'm doing. There's no reason to make it any more complicated than that. The harder you make things, the less trades you'll take, the more confusing it'll be. There is clarity in simplicity. It's very simple. Like, for example, if you have a checklist of 10 different things that you need to check off before you get into the trade, you're never going to have a trade because it's going to be very hard to check all 10 things off. If you have a checklist that only has 2 things, you're going to be able to find a trade because there's less things to check off. In return, it's going to help you understand what is and isn't a trade instead of being caught in information overload. Right? If you're always looking for 100 different things to execute a position, you're never going to get into a position. Less is more. Quality over quantity. So what do you all think, chat? What do you think for the rest of the day? Is ES going to take out new all-time highs? Yes or no? Throw it in chat. Will ES make new all-time highs today? Let's see what the actual number is here. We need ES to go to 6,508.75 cents. Do you think ES is going to make new all-time highs today? Yes or no? We have been doing pretty good with these predictions. I believe yesterday I asked you if we were going to make a new high of day, in which we did. We have been doing pretty good with these predictions, I must say. Very good job, chat. Yep, we had the Nvidia earnings last night. In my opinion, that was just a buying opportunity, right? Nvidia headed lower. Let's take a look. Right, decent sell-off there from Nvidia. In my opinion, liquidations fuel the next rally. Yes, you heard me clearly. This entire sell-off here was just another buying opportunity. All right, it's the classic business saying of buy low, sell high. So, in my opinion, if you want to just zoom out, you'll see what I'm talking about. Right, Nvidia is one of your most bullish assets. Look at this thing. So, if you think that dip was a change in the trend, I'm going to heavily disagree with you on that one. I personally think it's just another buying opportunity. And so this is going to play a big impact on the stock market. And Nvidia holds a lot of weight in the indexes, right? So obviously we're going to see some of that over here on NQ and ES. It will play a role because it holds a heavy weight in the stock market. Right, that's the same thing for like Apple, Amazon, Facebook, or Meta now, right? It's Meta. Facebook's considered Meta now. I haven't even looked. I don't do individuals anymore. Yeah, see, they took out. This is how far back I don't look at individuals anymore, clearly, because I still have Facebook here. And this is Meta now, right? Yep. Yeah, I don't deal with the individual stocks. All right, chat. Let's see if you were right. See if ES can go and take out new all-time highs. What is my checklist to enter a trade? New York Open, draw on liquidity, SMT, entry function. Wait for New York Open, figure out what the draw on liquidity is, look for an SMT supporting that idea, then enter. So here's your example of that SMT. Just hit PT or TP and passed another eval. Congratulations. Sorry if I say the name wrong, but congratulations, Jaboos. Throw a W in chat for Jaboos. Very good job. Very good job. So here's that example of the SMT. We long the stronger pair. We short the weaker pair. You can see that NQ made the higher low here, while ES made the lower low here. Well, go figure, NQ made it above the 9:30 a.m. high compared to ES, right? Because NQ is the stronger pair. In my opinion, it makes complete sense, says the SMT. That's why NQ is already at new high of day. Past a 50K? Congratulations, TT. Let's get a W in chat for TT as well. Very good job. Congratulations. Very good job. What's your favorite time frame for looking for SMT? Either the daily or the hourly. Daily or the hourly. I like to be aligned with the higher time frames. Does there always need to be new high and new low after stop hunt and SL to make a unicorn? All right, here you go right here. Here is a bearish setup. Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. This is what a bearish breaker would be. The breaker block will be found in this leg right here. The bearish breaker will always be a down close candle. So you need to outline the down close candle in that leg. This is what a short setup looks like. This is what a long setup looks like. A swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. Same exact thing. This leg right here is where the breaker will be found. A bullish breaker will always be an up close candle in this leg here. Bearish breaker, bullish breaker. All of these need to be swing points. Okay? This needs to be a swing high. This needs to be a swing low. This needs to be a new high. This needs to be a new low. This needs to be a swing low. This needs to be a swing high. This needs to be a new low. This needs to be a new high. Right, so let's go and look. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Very simple. Swing points. Let's do the definition of a swing high and a swing low. Okay, real quick. A swing high is a high that has lower highs on each side of it. Okay, look at this high right here. Okay, notice how on each side of it, it has lower highs. That's the definition of a swing high. A high that has lower highs on each side of it. Okay, let's take a look at a swing low. It's the same exact thing, just the opposite. A low that has higher lows on each side of it. Right, so look at this low right here. To the left of it, it has a higher low. To the right of it, it has a higher low. That is the definition of swing high and swing low. And what I'm telling you is this needs to be a swing low. This needs to be a swing high. This needs to be a new swing low. And this needs to be a new high. Okay? I like Ash's strategy. One trade, enter with hard stop loss and TP, then come back later to see the results. Great strategy to manage stress and overtrading. Yep, so the reason behind that is so that you know exactly what you're doing before you do it, right? Because if you're getting into a position and then you start asking yourself questions while price is fluctuating, you're going to feel a lot of emotions. And those emotions might deter you from executing properly. So make all the decisions beforehand. That way you know exactly what you're doing the entire time you're trading. That way, all you need to do is execute that idea. All right, it's very simple. If you're not willing to risk, don't buy the eval. But if you're going to risk, you should accept the risk. That's why we're here. We are here to risk something, to make something. Right? If you don't want to risk, just don't purchase the eval. That's where you do your money management when you decide to purchase something or not. When you come into the market, that's when it's time to risk. All right, so like for all those individuals that do the break even, I'm not sitting here saying what's right or wrong, okay? You have to understand that I'm sharing my experience in trading. These are the decisions I've made for myself, okay? This is how I execute my trades. You take ownership in all of your own decisions. I'm just sharing my decisions with you. This is what I choose to do when I trade. If you want to do break even, be my guest. I don't do that. Right? It's okay to make different decisions. I'm just telling you how I approach the market. So I do just want to take a minute to say thank you to everybody. I do really appreciate being around other like-minded professionals. Thank you to MyFundedFutures for all of the value that they share, putting this community together, all the giveaways that they do. Thank you to Terry. Thank you to Barbie. Thank you to Nick, Tom, Matt. Thank you to all of them. Magnus, Denny, Abhishek, the whole nine. Getting to be around other like-minded professionals really provides a lot of perspective, right? Sharing these examples, going over these questions, talking these things out loud, going through this information, it provides so many more learning opportunities than if we did this on our own, right? Like if we were secluded to our own experience, then you're only capable of learning from your own experience. I highly suggest getting an accountability partner, getting a community, talking with other traders, gaining more perspective provides a lot of learning opportunities. And that's what we're here. We're here to collect more information, collect more data, continue to get 1% better every single day. So thank you as well to chat. Everybody that's in chat, that's participating, I really appreciate that. Getting to go over these questions, getting to go over this information is providing a lot of repetition is the thing, right? You might think that I'm boring because I say the same thing every day, but guess what? Doing the same exact thing every single day is what builds the muscle memory, right? You wonder why I have these answers for you. It's because of the repetition, right? I'm doing the same thing every single day. So that's how I know how I execute in the market, right? So, and I always do the professional athlete, comparison, right? Like Steph Curry is the best three-point shooter simply because he shoots three-point shots 1,000,000 times every single day. He's not playing soccer. He's not playing football. All the Europeans are probably going to make fun of me for saying that. I just realized that. Yes, we call it soccer and football over here. But you get the point. You get the point. Right? All he's doing is shooting three-point shots every single day. If you want to build a muscle memory, if you want to develop this edge, if you want to develop this business, you need to do that too. Okay? You need to show up, continue to keep working and learning every single day, every single chance you get. So the point being is, I just want to let you all know how thankful I am for you all. I'm very grateful to get the chance to go over these questions with you. It is providing a lot of experience. It is providing a lot of perspective. So thank you, thank you, thank you. To the whole team as well, MyFundedFutures, thank you. With that being said, this is the end of my segment. Okay, so let's throw a lot of W's in chat for Tom. Tom is coming up now. I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom. Stick around for Tom's segment. He's got a lot of value to share with you all. I hope you all have a great day, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Hey, let's go, everybody. Hello, welcome. Another great session from Ash. W's in the chat for Ash. Thank you. I was just listening, and always lots of value. Thank you so much, Ash, again. And good to see you, everybody. Hello to MyFundedFutures team, MyFunded TV team, everybody, hosts and mods, everyone. Good to see you guys and gals, ladies and gents. We're back again. We're back at it, Yeah, so always lots of values. And as I said yesterday and before last week, like all the time, when I have the time to tune in, I always listen to Ash. Lots of value all the time. All right, how's it going? Hello, everyone. I hope everybody's printing the money. I really hope so. Kind of an interesting day, I must say that. But I will do the tape reading of what I think has happened and what might happen later on. Hey, Ezra, good to see you. And hello, everybody. Again, hello. No, I'm not going to sing that. So, what's happening? How's the market? Don't worry, I know it. Okay, so we have some interesting movements today, and especially since the London session started, I must say it was quite interesting. Now, obviously, yesterday's Nvidia earnings actually shook the market pretty much, took out the buy side and sell side beautifully. So, let's just go over this because it's quite interesting how it worked out. Until the market opened, we were basically in the same range. But, just a quick recap since London and how I actually saw the market and what I do think that could be happening so far today. Obviously, we're going to talk about ES as well. What's my speculation on NQ now? Well, in short term, how should I put this? It's hard to say. I would rather be a little bit more bullish now after all this craziness happening here, this carnage a little bit, but I would rather be bullish. I see a nice little 1 hour supply zone. Obviously, we're going to check ES as well. Very interesting. And we're going to circle back to this one. Very interesting situation here at the market open. Almost made a new historical high. Almost. What if ES wants to put in like a double top here? Relative equal highs on the daily, maybe. Who knows? Could be interesting. But wouldn't be surprised if this one would just take the elevator. But first, let's just go through of what I think could have happened or happened actually, and what could happen later on. All right. Oh yeah, we had some nice trades there. Anyway, during the London kill zone, actually, we went down and swept some liquidity on this fair value gap. So I'm just going to stay on the 5-minute time frame. And so we swept some liquidity. I was having no target, nothing at all on the upside. So I was not actually anticipating this move up there to 685. I wasn't really sure if we can even break out from this range today. So I was thinking that maybe we're just going to go sideways. But anyways, the only game plan that I had today is to go down into this 15-minute order block. So let me just switch to the 15-minute chart here. Here we go. And obviously you guys know it by now. Let me just get this off here. There were two levels that I was really, really hoping that we could go for. But, there was a bullish order block, aka a nice demand zone on the 15-minute time frame. Beautifully shifted the structure, went higher, nice. So all I tried to do, and I tried to anticipate that we might go lower, during the London session, and maybe try to get that 15-minute order block, at least, the 561, which did not happen. And by the way, on the downside here, there's a beautiful textbook 5-minute bullish order block still. Okay. down here. It's from the Asia session. I'm not trading the opening range breakout technically. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Hey, Nicholas, good to see you. So I'm just back to the 5-minute right now. So anyway, one thing I tried to do, I tried to take a short position in London. Didn't really turn out well, as you can see it. But that's when I thought like, okay, it seems like that's where we're going to go. We're just going to go for that 685. So after the market open happened, obviously ES seemingly wanted to sweep all-time high, which it did not. So I just went down to the 1-minute chart and kind of like trying to anticipate some sort of a move. I took one trade. I took one trade in the New York session, and I took partials. Like I think I was in a short. Yeah, there was no fair value gap. I mean, I was in a short. I think I entered somewhere here. There was no fair value gap, by the way. This was the first presentation gap up there. I was kind of waiting of how price is going to, or how the market is going to tolerate this level. Is it just going to go sideways or what? But anyway, it started to go down. There was a market structure shift here, right there, a bearish market structure shift. And then I was kind of hoping for a fair value gap. 15 ticks away, Pigeon. Come on, man. Oh, my God. So it went lower. And so because I was missing the fair value gap, there was a not specifically A+ setup I was using. I was actually going with a bearish engulfing bar or a candle formation right here at 948. This 1-minute candle perfectly engulfing this bullish candle. So I was like, okay, let's go for that short. So I took the short right here, and I took some partials somewhere around the 600. I don't even remember. So I took some partials down there. It's a good thing. Usually I don't take partials, and I move my stop to break even. I got taken out in this fair value gap. So that's actually, it was not even break even. It was earlier, but I got taken out earlier. Yeah, I secured some profit even on the second portion of the trade. Usually this is not the kind of risk management of how I do it. Like Ash was talking about, like he's never really moving the stop loss or never actually doing any partials. As far as I remember, he was saying like he puts on the trade and he accepts the risk. And that's basically the way how it has been thought by pros, not just pros, but, the good old Mark Douglas books are always teaching the same thing. Is that a 5-minute bearish unicorn? Here, I mean, there is no 5-minute. I'm sorry, I wasn't really catching up with the chat. There is no bearish unicorn here for me. So this is not a bearish unicorn. Not even here. I don't see a bearish unicorn, technically. If it would have had a fair value gap here, then maybe it could have been one, like not a specific, not the perfect bearish breaker, but let's assume that here would have been a fair value gap. All right. I would say, maybe. But anyway, basically the kind of risk management. Hey, Green, good to see you. And I secured some profit. So as Ash was saying, the optimal risk management for me, which is also preventing me and from you too as well, like for about second guessing yourself. Now, actually, this is not today's topic. I'm just going to stop here for a minute with risk management. The way I learned, yeah, Ezra, I know. Stay tuned in my channel. We're going to talk about risk management a lot. Okay, so the way it has been thought by the Mark Douglas books, and of course so many other books as well, and I do like the idea and try to do that as much as I can. Once you put on the trade, you make peace with the outcome. Okay, you predetermine your risk, and if you predetermine and make peace with the outcome, it's not going to hurt you when it takes you out, especially when you entered on the proper conditions. You traded with the context, you traded in the direction of your levels, you traded with the proper risk management, you traded your entry setup. then basically what is the need to modify your risk? I'm not saying it's a bad thing to secure partial profits. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm actually thinking one step forward. Why? It's basically avoiding the FOMO, right? So I'm sorry I stopped here, but it's important because then I'm going to forget about it. So thank you, Gustavo. So avoiding the FOMO. Now, when I mess around with my stop loss or when I close partials, and for example, there's two outcomes. I put my stop loss to break even when the trade starts to move. Let's talk about the first one. I put my stop loss to break even without taking a partial profit. Okay. For example, here, let's just assume, let me just put a indicator here. My take profit is, or should have been 564. And my stop loss originally was somewhere above here. Okay. Just a wide stop. Now, as the price approaching, for example, this swing low here, okay, this swing low, I could have like put my stop loss to actually a little bit lower, sorry, to break even. Look at that. Typical scenario, usually. Actually, that's second scenario. Just a second. I'm going to use a different example. I'm sorry. I'm going to use a different example because it's not going to be good. Let's assume that I entered here. Let's assume that I took an aggressive entry. Forget about the entry model right now. Let's assume. Oh, it's not going to be good. Okay, then I'm going to go with another example. All right. Let's use this swing low here. Oh, that's not good too. I'll try to go with this anyway. Let's go with this one. Okay, this will be good. I know I have to zoom in and let me just get this off. Kind of a distraction here. But risk management wise, let me just show you what I'm thinking. Hey, Ivan, good to see you. So let's assume that I enter into a short position right there, right? It doesn't matter which time it is. I just enter an aggressive short position. All right. My entry is here. It goes down quite a bit. It goes down to 1R, somewhere around this area here. It's at 1 risk to reward ratio. Awesome. What I do is move my stop to break even because I think it's just going to go down. It goes back, obviously takes me out at break even, and then goes to my original take profit, right? This is kind of a situation that especially turns on the FOMO. It's this absolutely diverse kind of scenario that I can imagine when I'm not taking at least a partial profit. So in this case, this is case number one. The problem is I haven't taken a partial. I got out with break even, which is basically a winning trade, so it's not actually a bad thing. But my specific problem personally with this trade is that I start to second guess myself. Okay, I start to feel the FOMO. I start to force another trade, maybe, especially when I'm a little bit. Hey, content hunter, see you tomorrow. Especially when I'm a little bit off the charts or off. I mean, my mindset is not on the right place on the specific day. And when I try to move my stop, this scenario is one of the biggest scenarios that can actually mess up my mind. Okay, so that's number one. Actually, the other scenario is the better one when you can take some partial profits. I'm just saying that by not taking, which would be the second case. The third case is when you're not moving your stop loss at all. Yeah, you have to be prepared for more for losses. Yes, and your equity curve by taking partial profits and moving your stop to break even is definitely going to be smoother, right? So the equity curve, by leaving your stop loss where it was, predetermined your risk, and going for whatever is that your the risk reward is that you're looking for. It could be a 1-to-1, 1-to-2, and anywhere in between. If you're looking for a bigger risk to reward, I would definitely take partials. Okay, if you're looking for a 3R and higher trade, or even higher than 2R, take partials. All right. But if you're looking for a 1R trade, there's no use to take partials, in my personal opinion. Okay, this is how I see it. It doesn't mean you cannot take partials. So what I wanted to say with all this monologue, and I'm sorry I stalled your time here, but stick around, you know. Actually, I'm not sorry. That's what you're here for. So anyway, the thing is not to mess up your mind. You got to protect your mental capital, okay? I think, and again, let me repeat that, my personal opinion, protecting our mental capital is avoiding second-guessing ourselves. Second-guessing ourselves can be avoided by not messing around with my stop loss, not messing around with my trade, even with the take profit, okay? Predetermine the profit levels, predetermine the risk levels, not just profit and, I mean, dollar-wise, losses and profits, but, you know, the proper stop loss level, okay? Mr. I know how it feels. I know, absolutely. So, you know, we have to reverse engineer the process. We have to break it down. We have to break it down and have to go back to the first, you know, the chain of events, like how it starts, how the whole massacre and carnage that happens after, you know, how you blow up your accounts, how it all starts, basically. It all starts with a small break of rule. That's how it all starts. The snowball effect, you know. The snowball effect on my end is when I start to mess around with the stop loss. And, you know, the better option, if the trade goes to TP, and, you know, I'm happy, and that's awesome, because, yeah, I'm cool because I moved my stop loss to break even and the trade still went to the TP. Nice. But how many samples do you have when you backtested your system? Okay. Mister, I feel you there. So how many trades do you have? I mean, in the backtesting, how many data do you have to your entry model? The way I did my backtesting, and it took actually, oh my God, I can't even remember how it took, like, not just weeks, it took months of backtesting. I started to realize then that, and I said this last week, and I said this the week before, and I will say it, like, I would rather have my answer from the market instead of second guessing myself. So the answer from the market is I was right or I was wrong. That's it. Break even is good. As I said, it's a win. Break even is always a win. A break even day is a win. A break even trade is a win. Month, whatever. Break even is always a win. Okay? Must reprogram your brain. But I want to have my answer from the market. Moral victory is not cutting it for me. Okay? I want to have the full stop loss, or I want to have the full victory. All right? That's it. And I would rather take the answer as a no from the market, and I would still can tell myself, and saving my mental capital after the trade, that, okay, I did everything by the book. I went for my levels. The market still said no. No problem. I did what I could. But that's still a win. All right? So anyway, that's why I wanted to share this. That is absolutely, thank you, Pigeon. So that's actually the winning mindset. So how can you have the moral victory over the market? The moral victory over the market, obviously, the market doesn't really care about moral victory. The market doesn't really care about your feelings. The market doesn't care anything at all. But your mindset, your subconscious even, you know, and we're going to talk about the mindset. Don't worry. I haven't even started. Don't worry. Sit back, relax, drink your lemonade. All right. If anyone lost today some profits, you know, 2 rounds around the block, and then you can come back. The others stay. No, actually, it's the opposite. Anyway, Kevin, good to see you again. Stick around. Exactly. No, that's not rude. Volume weighted. I'm going to say your name. The volume weighted average price. I know. The market is hugging us all over and kisses us, right? We love that. P&L check. Today I'm basically break even, bit into the green a little bit, not too much. I would say it's scratch. Helpful, helpful. No, Tom. No. Okay, staying. I know. I was just joking. All right. You know, when I joke, I wink. You guys don't see it. Anyway, I will wink next time. All right. Anyway, we need to protect that mental capital, and I want to have my answer from the market. I don't like to answer. So imagine in a situation in your personal life, you don't like those people who can't tell the truth. You know, I like those kind of people in business, in personal life, whatever. I like when I got my answer, yes or no, or can I do this or can I not, or is it possible, is it not possible, am I right, am I wrong, whatever. I don't like the middle, because like having an answer like yeah, you were right, but really you were really not, but you should have done this, but yet, no, I don't care. I want to know my answer. And protecting the mental capital, avoiding second guessing yourself. Weave up. I'm going to say it out. All right. Weave up. Weave up. Okay. Are you happy? Cut this out. Weave up. So there you go. So avoiding second guessing yourself. That's where the chain reaction starts. I mean, that's what you need to control. Okay. That's what you need to keep in control. Protecting our mindset. We need to do that. Actually, what the heck is going on now? Okay. Nothing. Market is going sideways. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen. All right. So, just want to say, as we moving forward, protecting the mindset is not just about stopping this chain reaction of bad things, like the second guessing stuff and all that. Yes, I did that. Weave up. All right. Let's all be happy and move on. So, that's why, you know, and I'm still at the same topic, and I do like what Ash was saying, like not messing around with the stop loss and the take profit would be actually a goal. I'm still struggling with that. Like 70-80% of the time, basically, I'm not moving my stop. Today, I was a little bit lucky. I haven't even caught up with the technical recap here. But anyway, just to cover that topic, I actually took some partials down here. And then I put the trade to not even break even. I secured some more. I was watching ES actually. I was thinking that ES might want to move a little bit higher. So what I did there is actually second guess myself. So why does my mom says, yeah, I don't know. You have to ask her, yo. I don't know. So actually, I was watching ES. I got a little bit confused. And actually, I went against my own risk management with this one. This time I was lucky. So I'm not going to say today, after reviewing what I did, after I was reflecting, I will reflect on the day. I'm not going to pat myself in the back that, okay, Tom, this was a nice trade. It's supposed to be ended up with the stop loss. I know it's kind of crazy to say, but I'm supposed to be out from this trade with the full stop. Because my analysis today was not correct. On gold, I was correct, by the way, earlier. I'm not going to go into gold right now, but I have to go. I have to do that. I have to show this. I have to go to gold here. I had a beautiful short here and a beautiful long position. There was a 1 hour supply zone here, and I scalped it, beautifully went higher. Just a quick recap on gold. And then I went into a short, I don't even know where. Yeah, from here. Oh, no. I went into a long position, and so this area here from 34.53.8 to 66, this whole area is basically a 1 hour supply zone. Okay. If you go to the 1 hour chart, you will understand this whole thing here is a 1 hour supply zone. So all I did, I basically started to go long earlier in the 7 a.m. I mean, after 7 a.m. in the kill zone, when the Euro kill zone started. It was a beautiful trade. Beautiful. This today was absolutely phenomenal. So it was a good trade. Anyway, moving back to NQ. All right. Yeah, it was a nice one. That was an absolute beautiful one. So, let's see what I wanted to. Oh yeah, the mindset. Actually, preventing second guessing yourself. I mean, preventing all those negative thoughts to come around. And obviously, there are some other things. Like, let's just talk about drawdown, specifically on a day like this. All right. Most people think that drawdown is caused by the market, right? Drawdown often starts long before you click the button. That's true story. Drawdown often starts long before you click the button. And I just want to put our personal lives into the trading mindset as well. It's important to talk about, all right? Because we're not going to take a trade here anyway. So if you guys you want a signal or something, I cannot give you anything here, specifically because I never trade during the lunch hour. So that's a no zone for me. So I'm not going to take a trade. So I'm sorry. We're going to use this time to talk about the risk management and the mindset. By the way, the risk management and the mindset comes hand in hand. And that's why we need to talk about our personal lives as well. When it comes to drawdown, when it comes to second guessing, when it comes to FOMO, all those nasty things, revenge trading and all that stuff. All right. So what I want to say, yeah, the drawdown basically starts long before you're in drawdown. You have to look a little bit outside of trading. If your life is in chaos, your trading will be also in chaos. Controlling drawdown actually starts outside the platform, okay? Outside of the charts. That's where you really start to control. And, we were talking about second guessing yourself on a specific trade or setup. Or maybe you're feeling scared when you sit down and you take your first trade on your funded account or on your brand new evaluation account. Maybe you really have to be, on the spot with your financials and you're not really sure how much you can spend on evaluation accounts. Or, we're going to talk about financials too. It's important. What I want to say, and we're going to dive into it, okay? You can't outtrade basically a messy life, all right? Discipline at the desk starts with discipline outside the desk. And that's why I like when Ash is talking about the business side of how he's doing things. I think he's an absolute professional. I like the way he is handling, or he views trading as a business, and he treats it as a part-time business. Actually, I think that's great. And I do think that, keeping that live account, and he has multiple payouts on the same live account, one of the greatest examples out there that we can do, or that we can follow. Okay. So that's my goal too, here at MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I took some payouts here at MyFundedTV. I want to prove to you guys that we can get there to the live accounts, okay? And as I said yesterday, this month for me, August, was a bit of a rough patch. I mean, it was a bit of a, let's just say, yes, I was on vacation, I know, but it has to do with my personal life. Obviously, I'm not here to share details about my personal life, but let's just dive into the topic, okay? And we have to talk about drawdown control, how it matters regarding your personal life and the mindset, okay? Obviously, drawdown equals to, peaks to valleys, loss control, loss in equity, basically. The natural part of trading is basically a drawdown control, because we always try to control drawdown, but uncontrolled drawdown is basically is killing your trading career, right? Mr. Smith, what's your win rate when trading from the BMW? Always 100%. And by the way, informational piece here. If you're trading from a BMW, your win ratio exponentially goes higher. All right. That always happens. Okay. Just saying. So basically the goal is not, or isn't to avoid drawdowns. It's to keep them shallow and recoverable. Okay. So we need to keep them recoverable. Every trader takes hits. The pros just make sure they can still fight tomorrow. And that's what we need to work on. Okay. BMW, absolutely lucky charm. So the pros just basically making sure that they can still fight tomorrow. Can you fight tomorrow? Ask yourself. I can, yo. We're going to talk about the paperworks later. Okay. So if you lose your evaluation account today or your funded account today, can you fight tomorrow? Actually, tomorrow, Friday, so don't fight on a Friday. Okay. That's number one. But can you fight the next week? So don't lose the faith. Don't lose your commitment. And this is where life outside of trading comes in and how it affects your drawdown. Okay. Now, I just want to say that stress and pressure, yesterday we talked about pressure. Stress and pressure can come from paying the bills, paying a debt, personal issues. These are all forcing you to feel the need to trade every day, or you need to take every trade even, These are all basically negative forces that are forcing you to take those trades. We all know this. Then why cannot we do anything? Why can't we do anything about it? But then anyway, or trading scared. I said this just earlier. A little bit dark here. I need to. It's too. Okay. The sun is shining. There's a big window to my left here, and anyway, I'd rather stay in the dark because then I'm just gonna melt at the window. So trading scared. Trading scared basically equals overtrading, one, and cutting your winners too soon. Okay, I bet you already felt that you started to trade on your brand new funded account, and you started to trade on your brand new funded account, and you were scared because I was scared. I told you the story. Long story short, took me 8 or 10 months to get my first funded account. Back in the days, it was a CFD prop firm, doesn't matter. It took me, I think, 10 months to get a funded account. Finally, I was actually celebrating. I was almost crying. Like I was financially not in the best situation. I can tell you that. I was like, man, finally, I got the funded account. Okay, next day comes, and I felt enormous amount of pressure, and I was super scared. I was like, I saw a setup that I wanted to take. I was actually trading currencies back then, and I was like, oh man, I'm scared. I don't know. Should I take this trade? Should I not? And I cut my trade early. I was scared to enter, over trading. Long story short, account blown in 3 days. Working for it for 10 months. I blow it in 3 days. I felt so miserable. Anyway. Ghost, I'm going to turn to Empire. Yeah. I was trading Forex and was trading indices on CFD contracts, which is a little bit of a slippery thing to do. So, anyway, when I went to futures, everything changed in a positive way. But the thing is, trading scared basically equals overtrading and cutting your winners soon. So I was exactly in the same situation. Bills, debt, personal issues, life, family, everything. It was just very bad. And although I was having a job that I was working for, it was really bad. Imagine. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. Another thing, a lack of sleep. I can feel it right now because I'm having I'm having sleeping issues, by the way. True story. Right now, in the past couple of months, especially in the past 2 or 3 months, I need to sleep more. So that's why I'm going to go to the gym more. But anyway, I have some solutions for that. But you need to have, a proper time. You need to go to the bed. Yes. As soon as 6 to 8 hours, I don't know. Arnold Schwarzenegger is saying you only need 6 hours. I think you need maybe a little bit more, 7 or 8, somewhere around there. Basically, if you're not sleeping, your reaction time is definitely going to be bad, especially if you're scalping, all right? Or, a poor diet, or you're drinking too much coffee. Not good, by the way. Emotional swings, definitely if you're having 3 espressos when you sit down to trade. It sounds a little bit weird to say it like that, but too much coffee also affects trading negatively. It has been proven, by the way. I'm going to get you guys the studies. I researched this. If you have too many coffee, energy drink, whatever. I know we saw all those movies from Wall Street that everybody is drinking Red Bull and whatever all the time. I don't believe if you drink too much coffee or energy drink, there's a certain amount that you can go with, but it's going to help you with the decision making. Okay. The tilt is definitely going to be much faster. You're going to make, I'm going to say it, a stupid decision much faster. Okay. Too much caffeine. Okay. Also the environment. Trading with constant distractions. Like, I understand that everybody has family, or you're trading from their workplace. These are things that you can actually work on. I mean, if you have kids, the TV is too loud, there's some noise, whatever. You're missing the entries, and then revenge clicking, whatever. Personally, I'm actually very blessed because I can trade from the comfort of my home, and I'm alone throughout the day. No distractions, which is a good thing. But that's why I said, if you're trading from your workplace or from another business that you're doing, or if you have too much kids around. And anyway, we're going to talk about the family support as well. All these distractions are definitely taking a toll on your results, okay? And of course, there comes the mental load. Like, you can have relationship problems, and I was saying the financial pressure, or maybe some outside obligations, okay? That's basically clouding your focus, especially the relationship problems. It can be family issues as well. Like, all these things are clouding your pressure, clouding your focus, and just going to put you onto more pressure, okay? Financial issues, mostly, like, really. I know that, I felt it, and it's very bad. And that's why Ravi, is discipline harder on winning days or losing days? Keeping yourself disciplined enough on a losing or a winning day. On a losing day, I think it's harder. That's just my personal take on this, Ravi. Thank you for the question, by the way. So, if there's too many, by the way, trading, Bubba, if there's too many noise where you live, there's one solution, by the way. If you're living in a place like that, you can always use a headphone, put in some chill music or whatever, relax a little bit, focus on the work. You can try that out, maybe. So yes, being disciplined on losing day definitely is much harder. That's what I think. My personal take. If you're on a winning day, I think it's easier to stop. It's easier to walk away, definitely, and easier not to. For me, if I have made like $300, $400, $500 on any given funded account, even on an evaluation account, if I make $500, I'm like, okay, why would I want to push more? Why would I want to give back to the market, even on an evaluation account? Why? If I still want to trade, I can always go to another evaluation account if you want to, or you can just walk away. You did your daily goal. What else do you want? The market is going to be there tomorrow, all right? Have those sticky notes to remind you about these things. Super important. Okay. So, as I said, the relationship problems, financial pressure is basically is like very bad when you have to pay those bills. Specifically, especially when you have to pay a loan or you're in debt or whatever. I can tell you this: when I lost everything back in Forex in 2018, 19, 2020, back in the pandemic, I need to borrow some money. I needed to borrow some money. That's how miserable I was. Trust me, it was not the best idea to start trading in that emotional state. So I wasn't even started trading until a year later. I mean, I know that it's there. I was researching some things, and I got aware of the Magnus. There you go, Magnus. Exactly. So I was researching a lot of things. You know, from the middle of 2020, somewhere around the middle of 2021. I mean, I wasn't buying. I mean, I know there was prop firms. I wasn't buying challenge accounts because I first I wanted to pay back the money that I borrowed to survive. I just couldn't spend money on a challenge account in that situation. And even when I paid back the money, I was still broke because obviously I had a job. It was a very slow grind. And when I paid back the money in 2021, I subscribed to a mentorship for $300 to a very nice guy. And I was rather giving him money because I saw that he was genuine, he was successful. I was having enough proof. Hey, Dabadeep. And I was rather paying him $300. And that $300, trust me, that was a really big expense for me at that particular moment of time when I was actually broke and I just paid off that borrowed money. I was still behind my bills. And I still decided, okay, I could buy a challenge account now. I could do that. But what gives? Why? Is there any point? I don't even know what I'm doing. I lost everything. So why? I need to learn more. But that was a different time, a different situation. Obviously, prop firms evolved a lot since then. And obviously, the challenge accounts are much cheaper nowadays. So, I mean, evaluation accounts. So I was rather investing into learning. And that was one of the best decisions. That was a very good decision to go for that mentorship. It wasn't a shortcut, but it actually helped me so many things that I understood finally after losing all that money. If you ask me why I lost that money since 2018 to like 20, because I thought that if I just look on the chart, I will know where it go. Oh, it went down there. Now I'm sure it's going to turn around. Sometimes it worked, but most likely it did not. So it was more likely a discretionary trading. Was there a winner? I don't know. Hey, Sir Benson, good to see you. I'm missing you from my streams, man. I see you're, camping here. Nice. All right. So basically is what I want to say that, if you're having financial issues, obviously the priority to solve those issues. And back to the trading, the day trading part of this is you bring a baggage to the desk. You bring this baggage to the desk and the market punishes distraction. Okay? You bring all these things with your mindset and you enter a trade, as I was showing you, like, okay, let's enter a short. Let's put my stop loss to break even because it's going to be awesome. And it takes you at break even. And even though you have enough pressure from your personal life, you start to second guess yourself because the market actually went to your TP, right? These are all connected. Okay. All these things are connected. All right. Never forget that. Your trading account basically isn't just reflecting your discipline. Your trading account reflects your lifestyle as well. I know it's kind of strange say that. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. I'm seeing some people are, winning left and right, but that's cool. Good to see. I that's awesome. So, basically, as I said, your trading account is gonna be reflecting your lifestyle, is going to be reflecting your mindset. All right, never forget that. Right, it's kind of an important part of this. Obviously, as I always say, there are things we can do. There are ways to control these things inside and outside of trading, just the usual stuff, but from a different perspective. W's for the winners. Pure truth. Thank you for the comment there. Okay, so there are things you can do inside and outside of trading. So we must understand this. And by the way, I'm not entering a trade, but I do think that we are heading to 800 there. Anyway, inside of trading, it's not insider trading. Your trading account reflecting. Yeah, we're going to copyright all these things, all right? So inside of trading, just the usual stuff. Inside of trading, just the usual stuff that we talked about, like maximum daily loss limit. Okay, I know it's hard to go with because there's no daily loss limit now at MyFundedFutures, which is awesome, by the way. So you should have some sort of a mental stop right there, or a trade cap. Stop the bleeding early. That's something you can do, but we knew that. Risk per trade. I know it's boring, but that's the truth. Fixed risk. It should be small and it should be boring. Emphasis on boring. Okay. Your trading risk should be so boring that you don't care about the outcome. I said yesterday this thing. Your trading risk, especially when you're building up your confidence, especially when you're. No, I did not say that, trend. So especially when you're building up your conviction in your trading model, your confidence, your risk at those times especially should be so small that you don't care about. You should care. I'm not literally don't care about the outcome, but it should be boring. Okay, you should feel bored when you're trading. You should feel bored when you're taking that take profit, or when the stop loss hits you, like, let's just go to the next one. All right. Also, you should have a kill switch rule. If emotions spike, step away. Obviously, you need some kind of a mental cool down. I cannot help you exactly what to do at that case. I told you, if you have a hammer next to your screen or next to your PC, something like Thor has, the newer version, something like Mjolnir, but the big one. So if you have something like that near to you, that's also like an exit from a bad session. You definitely have to smash all your screens, but this is not advice. All right, that's just things you can do. Always have enough money on your credit or debit card to buy a new screen for next day, right? Just the thing. So, but outside of trading comes the other things. Thank you, Big Frank. So, sleep first, okay? Sleep first. No amount of strategy is going to work if your decision making is slow. You need to sleep. Sleep is important, and I need to work on that right now. Specifically, I'm just battling with that myself. Financial buffer. Ash was talking about the financial aspect and how much you actually win and lose in a month. Is that investment that you put into those evaluation accounts, right? Or resets. So the financial buffer. If trading money, sorry, I was just trying to catch my thoughts here. So if trading money equals rent money, right? Let me just say this. If trading money equals rent money, you're always going to force it, okay? Your money that comes from trading payouts should not, your expenses in life should not be determined by your payouts from your trading account. Okay. Because that's going to force you to do everything. I see the Rocket Scooter fam again. Hey, MSG UFO and everybody else. All right. It seems like my time. Okay. I still have a little bit, like 9 minutes. Okay. All right. Sleep first. Exactly. Sleep first. The financial buffer. So, as I was saying, trading money should not be equal to rent money. Okay. It's a definite. I'm just giving you an example. There are some stress relief habits out there, like exercising, meditating, journaling, walks. Right now, I'm in the process of going to the gym. Oh my God, it's even if I say it out like 4 times a week, I'm gonna get destroyed in the gym. Anyway, 4 times. I need to lose weight, everybody. I was just talking about a good friend of mine. He's also day trading. It's Trading Star. Cool guy. Check him out. So he's an expert in of what to eat, in diet, healthy food, and all that such. So I'm just saying that, eating healthy, exercising, meditation, journaling, walks, all these things are super important. Okay. Those things are actually part of the stress relief habits. All these things are basically connected to that chain where you start second guessing yourself, when you start to make those mistakes in your day trading. Okay. Basically, if you're trading on 3 hours of sleep and Red Bull fumes, you don't need a strategy. You need a pillow. All right. I'm just saying. Okay. If you're sleeping 3 hours on Red Bull, you definitely don't need a strategy. All right. Just get a pillow somewhere. That's what you need, basically. So there is basically a cycle to this, which I wanted to talk about as some closing thoughts here. And it's super simple. If you have a chaotic life leads to bad trading decisions. Bad trading decisions are going to lead to drawdown, right? Hey, Sean, today is a bit of a break-even day for me. So they're coming. I see it. They're coming. So chaotic life leads to bad trading decisions, leads to drawdown. Drawdown leads to blowing up accounts. Blowing up accounts leads to the dark side. The dark side is basically with the Sith, and you're going to kill the Jedi and all that such, and we're going to make a bunch of new Star Wars movies again. That's where it's going to lead, right? So drawdown leads to more stress. More stress, guess what? Even worse trading. This spiral is basically, it continues unless you fix your outside first. You fix everything outside first. I'm not saying that it's possible to, I'm not saying you should not go to the charts at all while you're still having some problems. That's why meditation and keeping your focus actually helps. Even praying. I know you can say like, oh, who's this guy? Even praying. That helped me a lot. I'm not going to go into that direction right now because obviously I'm not touching the religion part right now. But have faith in yourself, okay? Whenever there's a problem outside of trading in your personal life, let it be financial, relationship, family, whatever, have faith in yourself or in God or both or the creator, whatever you want to call it. But have faith, okay? That's one more thing. I know I'm a little bit more spiritual. Oh. Trying to read this. 53 resets. Oh my God, what is that letter? What is that? Come on, I know. Come on, everybody. Quickly, run. Quickly. This is the only few seconds I give you guys absence to go to the website and go do it right now. Awesome. Let's go, everyone. 50 resets. Let's go, everyone. Big energy, of course. Maybe I should say it out next time. Maybe I should. Abhishek was trying to help. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Congratulations. So as I was saying, the spiral continues unless you fix it outside of trading, okay? And that's why I said meditating, having faith, those things, it's a start, okay? Big energy equals Red Bull. You know what? All right. So you can fix life problems with more trades. If you think that putting on more trades on the chart is going to fix your life because you're going to make 10K on the next day or 100K on the next month, that's not how it's going to happen. All right. I wish it would happen like that, but it's not. You fix trading problems by fixing your life first. All right. Don't even let your decision making get to the point when you start second guessing yourself. So, as I said, just the final takeaway. I know everybody's waiting for Matt. The final takeaway on this is basically drawdowns are inevitable. All right, we have to know this. But the depth and length of these drawdowns are in your control. All right, never forget that. Life balance directly impacts trading performance, okay? Your life balance is absolutely impacting your performance. So protect your account by protecting yourself. You have to protect your mind, the body, and your lifestyle. A clean life builds a clean trade. Control your world, all right? And control your drawdown. So I know today's topic was a little bit more outside of the technical stuff and more outside of a little bit of the risk management things that we were used to talk about here. But it is definitely connected. As I said with the risk management at the start of the session, of how I agree and how much I agree with Ash on this one. So not to mess with your stop loss and with your take profit because you start second guessing yourself. The idea for this topic that I was talking about is basically how to even avoid to second guess yourself in the first place, because that's going to start the chain reaction that goes to FOMO. Hey, Matt, good to see you. Facts, exactly. So if we know that second guessing ourselves and having a low confidence is going to start the chain reaction, then we have to start even outside of trading, like from a bird's eye view in our personal life, okay? Start fixing those small things. By the way, there's the book, I forgot who wrote this, Atomic Habits. Some of you guys might have read it. Atomic Habits. Trust me, please get that book. Atomic Habits helps a lot with your personal life, and it's going to definitely help you. Oh my God, I think my segment is up. Thank you, by the way, so much for the positive vibes. I think it was a great session. I think Matt is going to come around real soon. I have no discipline when it comes to pickle chip. I have not. That's my problem, I can go to the gym 4 times a week, but, the pickle chips or any kind of snack for that reason, it's just so hard to hold myself back. I love eating. You know what I love, guys? I love junk food. I'm sorry, I can't. I love junk food. I love it. I just love junk food. Really. So thank you again. This was a great session. And what can I say? Eat healthy after I'm saying I love junk food. And And so, yeah, I forgot to say. So eat healthy, sleep a lot. You know, are we doing a solo transition or not? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I wasn't really watching the chat. Yeah. So I wish everybody, like, if you already made your profits for today, don't trade. Okay, tomorrow is going to be crazy Friday, so we're going to be super happy and all that such, even if we lose. We're going to turn this around. You know, I'm here to push these vibes to the absolute top. And obviously stick around with Matt because he's going to have lots of value to you guys, lots of value. So, and thank you for listening. You are what you eat. Oh my gosh. I'm a snack. I'm a snack. I'm a snack. Maybe I am. I'm sorry, but I'm not a junk, if that's what you were trying to say. I just love food. I'm really going to have a hard time in the gym. I know that. I absolutely know that. The Big Short. I would be careful with the shorts here on NQ. Thank you so much. You guys have a great afternoon too. So, just a sec. Oh, I can hear the music. It's happening. I knew it. Here it goes. The man, the legend, the legend. Everybody sing it out loud. Come on. Let's go. Yes. I got this song.
What's up, guys? Howdy. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Matt. What's up?
Dubs in chat for Tom. What's up?
Hey,
Third Matt. This is the guy right here. Yeah, yep. What's up, guys? What's up, Tom?
W's for Matt. Yeah, all is good. All is great. Actually, we were just chilling here talking about mindset again. So, yeah, what's up with you? How's the day so far? I hope you're killing it.
Dude, it was good. I actually caught your mindset conversation. I honestly loved that. I think I made a comment that says one of my favorite things to tell people is that discipline starts in the heart. It's not a trading skill. Discipline is a lifestyle.
I love that.
You discipline yourself in life. You do it naturally with anything. And this is kind of like a place that people can start. You want to get better at disciplining yourself in trading. Start to make some changes in your life. It can start a chain reaction. Yeah.
And that's why, that book, like the Atomic Habits, I forgot who the writer is, that actually helps a lot. It's basically about how small things in your life, small, like really, really small things, if you start do it one by one, actually can make everything much better in a certain time. So anyway, I do love the effect on that.
Yeah.
So anyway, do you have some kind of a prediction for the rest of the day or any kind of forecast here?
Everything bullish out the door. Everything was nice. The algo was bullish. All the indicators bullish. Confluence bullish. So nothing bad came across the board today. The opening move was slightly nerve-wracking a little bit, but there wasn't that much of a dip, especially if you're trading S&P. That's where I was focusing today, and I just longed at the open, grabbed some more at the dip on that blue line on my screen, and then I ended up doing pretty okay. I only had one casualty. One account hit DLL. That's the big fat red one on the list, and the other ones are pretty decent. And this is a textbook bull trade, so it wasn't too tough. I think after Nvidia came out, we had the pre-market Nvidia news about China. That was the only real bad thing that kind of hit the waves this week. And this morning we had all GDP day. All the data came through today looking great. So I was very confused about the data reads this morning.
Nice.
Apparently, according to today's numbers, there is no inflation. Sales are up. Corporate profits are at all-time high. So I don't know. It seems a little corruptive to me, but
Okay, so basically, you guys heard the man. Everybody full port long. Nobody cares about tomorrow. Full port it. Who cares? That's it.
It's it was the weirdest thing, like to see, jobless claims normal, initial jobless claims continuing. They're all normal, like what they were, but PCE prices 2.5% down a full percent from last time or last quarter. Corporate profits up 5% over last quarter.
Jeez,
GDP
everybody's printing money. Everybody.
3.8% over last quarter. Price index down almost 2%. So apparently, according to whoever's pulling together the numbers for GDP, we've got no inflation. That's not a problem anymore. Profits all-time high. Everything's good. It's like, I don't know if this number is going to get revised, like ninja revision in the next couple of days. It's just too good to be true.
Yeah, I don't see anything that can shake this market anymore. Like, it just goes up and up. So who would have thought that this is going to happen like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago? It's just amazing how much all these markets went up. So kind of crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Did you do any trading today? How'd you do?
Basically, I'm a little bit above break even, not too much, bit of a green, but I got tricked by NQ. I was on. My bias was mostly bearish for the New York AM session, so I put on a short trade that was kind of good, but otherwise I still wanted to go short. So anyway, messed me up a little bit. So I'm just not participating in a long position here, but still, it seems like it just wants to go higher. I felt like that ES was dictating everything today, like NQ was again riding shotgun or whatever.
Sure.
But, yeah. Anyway. All right, everybody. Chat, this was great. I really enjoyed today's topic, and thank you for the positive vibes and everything. And I'll be back tomorrow, I guess. And Matt, wish you a great session and a great rest of the day. All right.
All righty.
All right.
Thanks,
cheers,
brother.
everybody. Cheers.
Later, man. Well, bye-bye, Tom. You guys send Tom some love on the way out. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know. I've been too lazy to add this up. I think this is like maybe 7,000 or 8,000. I don't know. You guys can look at this, whatever it is. Today is pretty decent. Wasn't really that hard of a decision. Rock Scooter's algo off to the side just basically shows me where the flow direction is, where hedge pressure is. It's pretty straightforward. 1A, 1B combo trade. This is very common. We call it bull long up setup in this environment. Very simple. Long it open, add to the position at blue, stop out 10 points below blue, let it ride back up to there. If the long trade at the open takes off in the gap and go, I trade up to resistance and close out. So I added a few contracts and a few accounts here. Then I added a few more accounts there. Then I added pretty much all the accounts here. I was long all the things at this point. 2 of them took a pretty nasty drawdown. One of them hit DLL. The other one didn't. The one that hit NASDAQ took the DLL. The other ones that did ES didn't. And then everything just scooped up and turned green by the end of the day. Most of the bull trades I do make have that I'm going to long at the open mentality. Take it small, a couple contracts each. And actually, I longed pre-market in 3 accounts with 1 contract each because I was so convinced we'd be bullish at the open, and they were in NASDAQ, which is awesome. So out the door, pre-market, right here, I long NASDAQ. And I was hoping that we would get the bull long set up. I knew that we were only gapping up about 20 points. So I was totally willing to hold for a 20-point dip in NASDAQ. That's nothing sauce. And then as soon as the market opened, and as soon as I got my 40 points, I just closed out. And then when we dipped there is when I tried to jump back in. And then one of the accounts hit DLL, and then the rest of them on ES didn't. So that's a pretty straightforward day. I don't wake up and start to feel like the market's bearish or try to short it because I think it's bearish. I wake up and I see what it is and I long it whenever it's bullish. And then I can read the market I'm pretty good at that. I've been hitting it hard every single day. I went back and looked. I've only had like 2 losing days this month. I've had a really solid month. I've been lucky. I've sat out the right time. 2 days ago was like a 12K day. Yesterday was a sit out pretty much all of the day. I was up like $100 by the end of the day. Something like pretty much nothing. Today was an up day. I've been kind of trading when I trade, being cautious. Yeah, yesterday, you guys, remember I told you yesterday I longed for like a minute and got out of the way and didn't even care. The market just looked weird. So I didn't even really do much, and I missed out on all this craziness, which was good. This was a weird day to trade. This hurt a lot of people, and I actually chose to sit out on that one. So back today, everything's nice and tidy with all bull setups. 76% of the market cap is bullish in the S&P, which is great. All of the confluent indicators at the bottom are positive. So this is all bullish here. Our maps are back to being positive on the SPY. Let me load that up. Oh, I think I just glitched it real quick. Hold up. So that up. Yeah, so S&P has straightened itself out back to being a bull market. This dark gray sloping down indicates a stronger bullishness all the way through September expiration. So the market's pretty much going to expire my puts worthless, which I'm totally fine with. I'm absolutely okay with. The whole goal was to continue longing. I told you guys my strategy yesterday was to grab the puts that I had and then long every day. Another 8K, 12K, 10Ms building up profits, right? Which is pretty crazy. You guys know I had one hell of a month this month. So I'm pretty excited to keep going, continuing being bullish every single day. Until the market tells me otherwise. All right. So how'd you guys do today? Pretty solid, right? And I think another thing we're talking about is, hold on. I have to turn this all here. Let me load up Nasdaq futures. Oops. Try to run. There we go. One of the weird things, and again, it is the government data, so we'll see, right? We can talk about the Michigan numbers that we get every Friday. I mean, sorry, every what, 2 weeks, right? Michigan numbers. And when was it last week? Next week. Okay, let's see what next week is. No, we already had it this Friday. Is it this week? Oh yeah, it is this week. Okay, it is tomorrow. Right. So the numbers, this is like the 1 year expectation of inflation, right? And we're predicting 5% for the most part, right? This is kind of where we've been going. The market went up on the original tariff announcement, came down, now back up again. So this is looking pretty bad. Inflation's definitely here to stay. And Powell's kind of said, well, we don't care about the inflation anymore. We're going to keep the jobs market healthy. So with that being said, everything seemed to be fine. But we're coming down with, and again, this isn't the same calculation, but it's still showing massive improvements across the board. Core PCE prices, right? And then core is excluding food and energy. And I had somebody on social media tell me today that this mostly, one of the biggest chunks in this is housing. Price has been coming down. A lot of that has to do with housing prices coming down. The demand is low. So prices are coming down. So this is part of that. So that does make sense that those prices would be there. But in general, we saw a trend of PCE sort of going higher in regards to the tariffs, and now there's nothing there. So maybe it's just offset by the housing data. Who knows? But GDP quarter-over-quarter growth went from being negative to positive. We had that kind of recessionary sort of, certain hedge fund managers always consider 2 negative prints quarter to quarter, back to back a recession, right? So we were threatening a recession. All of a sudden, we're not only out, we're better than we've ever been. So GDP is the highest it's been since January of last year. Who cares about the tariffs? Baby, this is the most shining golden news I've seen in almost 2 years. This is crazy. Y'all see that? Don't get it. But with companies growing and JOLTS going up and unemployment so high, they're not hiring people. Where the hell is all that productivity coming from? Where's all that production coming from? Who's buying all this stuff? How's the economy speeding up right now? Don't understand it. I thought the narrative was things were bad. So this is sort of maybe the information that Powell was also referring to, like, we don't really care. The inflation is probably a short-term problem. I don't freaking know. GDP price index is down almost 2%. Whereas inflation is saying the other way. This is the annualized change of the price of all goods and services indicated in the GDP. It's the broadest inflationary indicator. So anything that goes into GDP, this is the price index of the stuff. And it has been ever since the COVID, post-COVID shortages and the big inflation we had. It's not really reflecting anything in regards to tariffs. So, it seems to be the data is too good to be true. And usually with this government number release, you always have to kind of pay attention because, like, after a day or two, there's sometimes corruption or sometimes, whatever. But in a day or two, you go back and read it and it gets ninja revised a day or two later. So be on the lookout for that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is the economy doing better now than ever before in the last year or two in light of the tariffs? They cook in the books a little bit. Trump trying to make it look good so we can refinance debt and all that stuff. I mean, what we got going on here? You know what I'm saying? But you know how it is. It seems like the data came through shining, like what you would expect in just like a non-inflationary booming bull market that's bubbling up. Anywho, Wall Street loved that information. When we opened at the start of the day, Nasdaq just flew straight up because all that data looked good. Now, if it's believable or not, it's up to you to think. But the economy is not sparkling. I would say the economy is not in a death trap right now. It's not spiraling out of control, but it's certainly not growing quickly. That I think we all can agree with. Whether I think it's good or whether I think it's bad. We can all agree that it doesn't make sense. I don't think the economy is growing rapidly. People aren't getting jobs hand over foot with like or hand over fist with like huge raises, and everybody's got a new house, everybody's got a new car. Right now, everybody's like taking it easy. Prices are high. A lot of people are out of work. Inflation's running rampant. I don't understand why we're getting an A+ on a report card right now. That it makes sense. I'd give the economy like a B-, like it's growing a little bit. It's not dying by any means. Things aren't terrible. Companies are performing well. Earnings are looking good. Prices are just slightly high, and people aren't like, getting laid off. The continuing jobless claims today don't show any new layoffs, and that's a trustworthy piece of data because that's always been really accurate. So I don't know. Is it like, why are the Michigan numbers so bad, and why is the GDP prices so good? Why are the core PCE prices so good, and then CPI data so bad? Maybe it's just the difference in what they're including in the calculation, but I don't know. I'm like, continuing jobless claims are still rising a little bit. People aren't necessarily getting jobs as quickly as you'd want them to. The initial jobless claims is under 250. I'll tell you guys the magic number for this is under 250, and the magic number for 250,000, and the magic number for continuing jobless claims is under 2 million. Bull markets have sustained themselves with 2 million unemployed people on unemployment and about 250,000 layoffs or so per week. That's not really that big of a deal, according to historic data. We've seen bull markets like in the 2000s have worse when it comes to people on unemployment. Remember the 1990s rally? We had 300, 400, 500,000 people on unemployment insurance. Now, in the 2010s rally, we had roughly, less than 250 in that case, like for the most part, after the big financial disaster. So we stabilized about 200,000. So nothing looks bad, at least on the job side of things. It's not like people are getting laid off. So our companies just doing super well. And are they not passing the prices on? Are they passing the prices on? It doesn't feel like a stupid bullish economy. It doesn't feel bad either. It feels okay. So maybe, I don't know. Businesses are doing great. The consumer's expense. We get killed in every aspect. That's probably right. Businesses are doing good, but the inflation is killing us. Yeah. So are the businesses doing good because they're just slightly laying off little bits of people at a time to adjust? Is this building a bubble? Who knows what's going on? Is it all, or is the entire economy just Nvidia, right? Somebody said in chat, probably just the Nvidia effect, right? Anywho, I was kind of shocked when I got the data today, and when everything was just coming in whole points of difference. Price index down 2 whole percent almost. It's like GDP up 4 whole percent. Wait, what? Okay, so I knew when that data came out and we bumped right here pre-market. I'm like, I'm loading up. This is so bullish, and Nvidia got the good news. I said we're gonna shoot out the door and go straight up, and then we certainly did. So pretty decent setup. And the consumer is always getting boned. Companies always find a way to extract as much money as possible. Yeah. So this is probably, so it's like a problem that's not there yet. It's like a growing problem back in. Yeah. Well, anyways, how'd you guys do today? I'll make any trades. I'm curious. How's everybody's P&L today? Were people fading this, shorting this? There were some good trades both sides. Longing this. You guys know Rocket Scooter's DD band is a predictable high volume pivot. Nasdaq went right up to it and turned around, which is like kind of crazy how it pivoted very well. I mean, our pivots are razor sharp today, which is really nice. And VIX has dropped back into the sweet spot. As I told you, when VIX drops below the sweet spot, you're going to start getting sharp pivots, nice bounces, clean bull moves, no volatility. And this was the first day back. Even pre-market, we were down here. So the fact that VIX was here, I was extremely excited to talk to my chat and be like, look, guys, we are back pre-market. We were already at lows for the month, or for this contract for the trading month, I call it the month. So this is already breaking through, and it's even lower lows off the oscillator. This is good. Off this little oscillating area. So when we started off down here, I was extremely excited to see VIX on the right side of this, and wasn't fading this. And as you see, volatility is quickly drying up. You guys will see that. This is easiest and more easily seen by the rising wedge pattern you see on the screen. This is your volatility drying up in real time. The market is solid. I know there's a lot of people out there like, man, I can't wait to fade this because it's going to die out and be volatile. I almost accepted my fate right here and said, well, my puts are going to expire worthless, which I'm okay with. They're just a hedge. I've more than made up for them this month. I think I've taken about 70K in payouts. So it's been a great month. I had 15K in my puts. So we're good. Somebody made 1,800 times 10 funded accounts. Wow. Somebody had a very bad day. I'm sorry to hear that. 3K on 100K pro. Nice. It's a little mixed bag here. Somebody said the Whataburger combo was $12 2 years ago and it's $20 now. Dude, I went to Popeyes to get a family meal for IDOC's dad. Is our tradition to eat Popeyes before they go back to Vietnam, because the Popeyes in Vietnam is not as good as the Popeyes here, according to him. Our chicken tastes better. So he always craves getting like a good Popeyes before he heads back. Family meal was like $55. I remember that thing used to be like 20 something bucks. Remember that? Family meal, like $55. Oh my God. Anywho. Somebody said something on reason we all said in chat here. I'll hide this really quick. So somebody did very bad, very bad. Sorry to hear that. All right, you guys. So I'm going to do something just to prep y'all for this. Probably right at about noon. Well, noon my time central. It's probably about 7 minutes from now. They'll probably drop the form on the screen if they're doing a little giveaway today. Tariff revenue is also in the GDP to some extent, according to Jerry. Oh, okay. That's good to know. GDP is high due to 30% drop in net imports, which makes the net import-export skewed to the next export side, which is in GDP. Quarter one imports front-loaded due to tariffs. So that is very true. So this could just be a skewed date. Oh, okay. Yeah. The dynamics of people loading up pre-tariff and stockpiling, and then now it looks like productivity is high because they're just pushing that throughput. Okay. 30% drop in net imports now, which does make sense now. Yeah. And pending home sales are still down month over month. They're not as bad as the expectation, but they're still down. Actually, no, they were a par, but still down, right? And home sales are down. The index is down a little bit, and that's kind of been a decline as well. Mostly due to the state of the world that we live in. Remember in 2020 when everybody was buying a house with those low interest rates, but home buying is just at like all-time lows. And it's been such a crazy, or the sales index has been all-time lows. This comes from NAR. The change in number of homes under contract to be sold, but still awaiting closing transaction. And that's what we're looking at on this index. So we've been seeing just sort of like, look at this. It's since COVID, it's like a rinser's world right now. People are not. Again, I don't know if this is worth taking note of on the greater scale of things. The housing index being as low, the pending home sales index being as low as it can, like it's just Is this a state of the current economy at the inflation that we're experiencing? But man, this is crazy too, right? We've been hugging 70 and just getting worse as the years went by. You know, since inflation came in and we had the big rush in 2021, people grab a house, and now nobody's, you know, I see a lot of houses up for sale in my neighborhood that we just moved to, and prices are getting cut. We went to look at this house just for fun. You know, maybe her parents can get a house on here or something. There's this house that we were looking at. It was listed at 1.3 million. And we went in there, and the lady, they say they dropped to like 1.1. Like, people are getting out of houses quick. Home inventory has been skyrocketing in Texas and Florida. Yeah, right. Like, and we went roller skating the other day around the neighborhood, and there's just like for sale signs everywhere. It's crazy. Rent is much cheaper than condos right now. And maybe because, and I think a lot of it too, because it's like COVID created a situation where everybody's working from home and maybe again losing their job and stuff. And COVID just, everyone ate through their savings just to survive. This is what I feel like. So it's even harder to buy a house right now because it's hard to get a loan to begin with, and people don't have the down payments maybe. I think that I always thought that might have an effect on people being able to get in the house. And now with inflation making things even worse, there's no incentive for people to move. It's so much cheaper just to rent, I guess. But CFD of a CFD of a CFD, man. CDO. So COVID is rough for a lot of people, and it's been like the last 5 years, people have burned through their savings, and inflation has prevented them from being able to save up a chunk of money again. So whenever COVID happened, I remember being on my stream in 2020 telling people, I can't believe they're shutting down every one of the businesses. And everybody's like, yeah, but they'll probably open the doors when COVID's over. And I was like, no, you don't understand. This is going to cause a decade of problems for people. And it's crazy. It's been 5 years since COVID, right? It's hard to believe that it's 5 years ago. I said it was going to cause a decade of problems. It's going to cause all kind of issues, especially with inflation. You know, you're beautifully like locked in supply chain, you know, deals and contracts people have. Once you disrupt all of that and people are shuffling around very quickly, it's going to have a hard time stabilizing. You can't just shut all the businesses down. That experiment was a failure. We've learned the hard way. That's caused problems that are still residual left over from COVID. Those couple of months we shut everything down has caused most of what we're experiencing now. Crazy, right? Huge global shortages. And so everything went up, then everything went down, then everything went up again. And everything's like seesawing out of control. Nothing's really like, I mean, it's starting to stabilize now, but it's still like some crazy residual effects to everything. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Home sales in Florida are down 8%. Yeah, because the prices were crazy in Florida. And they haven't, as you said, they haven't come down. Oh, yeah. Time to go ask the strippers if they see their sessions coming from The Big Short. And they were like, wait, you have another house? She's like, I have 7 houses and a condo. He's like, it's a bubble. Short it all. We'll do the counts giveaway today. Probably in a couple minutes. Yeah. Anywho, I will say that despite my feelings about the economy, it never affects my trading. It doesn't filter into my trading choices whatsoever, other than I decided to long because all the data was good, but mostly because everything was bullish. I could guess pre-market what everything's going to look at. One of the tricks I do is I know what my indicators are going to say at the beginning of the market, because I can normally guess. They don't change that much day to day. And if we're gapping up or flat from the previous day, and this is bullish the previous day, form has been posted in chat, you guys. Go take a look at that for the giveaway. One of my biggest bull bear indicators is this ratio up here. It's this bull bear bias thing that we have for Rocket Scooter. It's unique to us. It's so good. It's only been less than half 2 times since the March bottom, or since the April bottom. It's bullish yesterday, so I assume it's bullish today. S&P or SPY is actually gamma positive on monthlies, which shows increased hedging to the long side. And then the monthly maps, like the 3-month outlook, we can look 3 months into the future, is also bullish. So today, everything is extremely bullish out the door. I guess that all 3 things are going to be bullish. So I make the bet. Pre-market, I longed. And then I waited. When the data came out and we pumped here, I went and looked at everything, and it confirmed bullish, bullish, bullish. Some of our confluence indicators around the gap fill were also kind of wobbly a little bit. But about maybe sort of 10:40 in the morning, it started stabilizing, and everything went positive and bullish exactly right here. So at this moment in time, when I told you guys I was pretty much convinced my my puts were going to go worthless, that's because it was a bull day. Greater market indicators, all three are bullish. Now, if you guys follow me and follow what I do, you know that only one of these needs to be bullish for me to be bull in the market. I need all three to be bearish for me to be a bear. So I've been longing pretty much every day. I've shorted only a couple times this month. Here, I knew at this point, I go, well, everything's bullish here. Everything's bullish here. Everything's bullish here. There's nothing bearish. From this moment in time, I did see on my stream earlier. I was like, well, there go my puts. They're probably going to expire worthless. And then, of course, NASDAQ just ran up to pivot. This line right here is that line right there. So according to the algo, everything went actually to point. So it was really nice. Very clean, non-volatile day. Very textbook in its trading. So I was kind of excited to see the good market back, which is kind of nice. Looks like my platform, it's that time of day where my platform collapses. So let me close that down really quick. My browsers all crash right about noon every day. It's kind of a tradition here. What's up? When is the deadline for the social media giveaway? Because usually at work you want to enter these. Oh, I'm not really sure. But have you guys entered the billion giveaway, by the way? That's my next question for y'all. Who here has not entered in what they call the billion giveaway for MyFunded? My next question. Time to upgrade. It's the browsers, man. I think I need a new browser. Restart my computer every day. That would help, but then it's so hard to turn everything back on again. All the tools I have open and stuff. Is NQ harder to trade than ES or YM? Yes, for two reasons. Number one is that NASDAQ has a slight tilted dependency on one sector. So NASDAQ is very sensitive to one sector. If you're trading NASDAQ and you're trading S&P tit for tat and Nvidia starts to sell off, NASDAQ does this and S&P does that. So percent basis, NASDAQ is going to have more movements because of the market cap weighting of the tech. So NASDAQ tends to move more violently when tech is the thing that's moving both markets. The other thing is that NASDAQ its denominations you can trade in are too small. So NASDAQ trades in quarter of a point, which was designed when NASDAQ was worth a couple thousand points rather than 20,000. So it was okay for NASDAQ to trade like, 100.50 and 100.75. That made sense, right? When NASDAQ was low. Then when it got to 1,000, we started seeing the effects when it was 1,000. It gets sort of weird because you don't need to trade that small on such a big number. And now that we're at 23,000, it's so weird that we're trading 23,725 and 50 cents. This is not needed. NASDAQ needs to trade at 1 point a piece, but they've never I guess I don't know what we call, but they never rescaled this to be appropriate, because what causes NASDAQ to do is what you see on the screen right now. You see how NASDAQ jumps around all over the place, and you go to the S&P, and S&P is relatively stable. S&P almost never has a bid-ask spread of more than one tick. NASDAQ, however, in the daytime has a bid-ask spread. Look at this. It's 2, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5 in a liquid market. This is extremely crazy. And the ability to trade such small denomination of this, you can see that there's only 1 or 2 contracts on the bid and ask rather than 60 and 30. Like, it's not that thick around here. It's spread out further. So NASDAQ is choppier. We call it the spastic for a reason. So because of that effect, NASDAQ has a little bit of extra slippage. So tit for tat, each trade you're going to get on NASDAQ might have 2 or 3 ticks of slippage, which is almost half a point or more. Losing almost half a point on your trade per contract, that may not mean much to you, but it's a loss, right? Every point is only $20, but still, it's worse than, the S&P. I would say if you lose 5 ticks on the entry and 5 ticks on the outlet of a NASDAQ trade, especially overnight, it's even worse. You could lose a whole point, $20 rather than S&P's 12.5. So it's almost double the slippage. And so NASDAQ is slightly harder in that aspect as well. You're less efficient when you trade. So those two things together make NASDAQ the harder to trade, but also makes it the favorite to trade for most people because of the violent, crazy swings in NASDAQ, it's almost like the thrilling place to be as a trader because you can get contract for contract much more than NASDAQ. For every $8 you make in NASDAQ per point run, you only make $5 in S&P. So because of that, when you're trading NASDAQ, you have to keep that in mind that for every one contract you would normally trade in the S&P, you would trade 5/8 of a contract or 6 micros. Okay. So that's basically the ratio. So if you're normally trading 2 contracts in the S&P, if you go trade 2 contracts in the NASDAQ, it's going to move a lot faster. You should always trade roughly 60% in NASDAQ, the size you would do in the S&P. Do we all understand that, guys? So the NASDAQ will move 8 for every 5, tick for tick. You can watch it. It will do it. Y'all understand that? If you're trading 2 contracts in one and 2 contracts in the other, you're actually over leveraging in NASDAQ relative to the S&P. So make sure that as a rule of thumb, you guys are learning something from me. Your NASDAQ trade should always be 60% of what your S&P trade would be to make them equal to each other. Some people accidentally over leverage on NASDAQ because they didn't know that. And that's a good rule of thumb to kind of keep in your back pocket. Yeah. What are you guys talking about in chat now? Are we talking about overly seasoned chips? I can't eat food right now. I have a stomach virus, although I would like to know. I would like to have something to eat. I haven't eaten anything yet, except for a couple of pieces of my frosted mini wheats. So let me tell you guys my favorite snack. This right here. I literally will keep, when I was in college, I used to keep a box of frosted mini wheats in between the door and my seat, like stuck in the middle. And I'd be driving. I'm just like I'm driving to school every day. Number one, because I was poor. I had no money in college. And number 2 is when you park your car in like the crazy 3,000 degree heat outside. My college at the time didn't have parking garages. Now when you go there, it's at parking garages and the kids are totally spoiled. But I had to buy like the poor kids parking pass, which means I had to park like a mile away from campus for like the $30 a semester pass. I couldn't afford the $500 parking pass. So I parked a mile away, walked up in the heat, left in the heat, and frosted mini wheats still maintained their integrity all through all that. I go in the car, it's like steaming hot when I get into it, but that cereal, man, maintains integrity. So that was like the best snack to eat when I was going to school. That's all I've had to eat today was a couple of those things. John made like 10K today. Let's go. Good job, man. Is White House going to go live? What are they going to talk about? Who knows what they're going to talk about today? But I think the market is probably not going to be so responsive to it. With VIX being where it is, I don't think that they're going to say much. It's going to shift the market around too much. I think we should be doing all right. Is there any action left? Isn't there an auction left? Oh, I think there's an auction. There's a couple auctions today, I think. Let's double check. Good question. I think there's the 4-week, the 8-week, and the 7-year today. So I guess we do have potential catalyst possible activity in there. We'll see. They're like, yeah, frosted minis for the cockroaches of cereal that can withstand all conditions. Like I used to like sometimes put like Lucky Charms or something. You come back and it was like the marshmallows were just like gooey and you just couldn't eat it with your hands. It was like sticky at that point. Frosted mini wheats, man, mess-free experience. Yo, what's something going on? You guys, y'all behave in chat. I'm going to tell you, Dom, we just did the giveaway. You might have missed it, bud. So we're going to do the giveaway. So you got to be here at the start of the stream, and then we'll let you know when it is. Usually in the first hour that's here. What's the auction for? Bond auction today. We've got a 7-year the 8-week and the 4-week bill auctions. So 7-year Treasury note auction at noon. And the actually we already had the 4 and 8 week, my bad. And actually we already had the 7-year auction as well. My bad. We already had them. I forget what time it is. It's already noon. So that's already done. Yeah. Yeah, the auction is over for both of those. I just looked on here. The numbers are actually there. The 7-year note auction yields came down pretty significant, over a point and a 0.17. That's a pretty big drop on the yield, which means bonds are picking up some steam today. I think probably because people are starting to realize that the that inflation is going to be there, and I think people are starting to diversify into bonds because the inflation is starting to compete with these yields right now. But the yield's roughly at 4%, inflation not really getting over 4%. The notes actually are providing a fixed return that can beat inflation. So I think this is why the demand for these are starting to pick up. When I say the demand, here's how you think of bonds, right? When this number comes down, the demand for them goes up. Usually when something is priced really high, the yield is very low. When everybody wants it, the yield is very low. When it's priced very low, they have to raise the yield to attract buyers. So when the yield is going down, it means everybody's jumping into bonds for the most part. So they're actually in demand right now. And then the reason that normally we're in demand lately was because, you had to get the bonds had to crash far enough for the yields to be worth holding, because nobody wants, 4% fixed return. If inflation's going to gobble up 3 or 4% a year, you're going to lose money. You're not going to make anything. So the idea that bonds are self-correcting. At some point, they become a viable trading strategy when they can outpace inflation. So I think the idea that Powell's commentary, Jackson Hole, is that inflation's short-term lived. Treasury bonds at 5%, 4% yields are extremely in demand right now because inflation's not even close to that right now. So the idea is that we'll probably be seeing a little bit of that and a little bit of rotation into bonds now. It's pretty interesting to see. How do I avoid revenge trading after a loss? Simple. Couple rules of thumb. First thing you do is you teach yourself. I'll give you guys some lessons. All right, I'm going to talk about some stuff right now. So answer some questions. You're studying macroeconomics in college. Don't miss Matt's segment. Oh, that's really nice. I'll tell you guys, I learned economics basically on the streets, like learning and reading and investing.com and then Googling stuff. I really just pulled out like investing for traders, like just the stuff that moves the market. I really couldn't talk to economists to save my life. I just draw simple conclusions by tying things together. It's nothing complicated. After 10 years of, 10 years of full-time trading, I've been doing this since 2010. So 15 years, it normally sticks with you eventually. But the question you had is how to avoid revenge trading. So here's a couple of things, right? Rule number 1 is don't flip-flop your trades ever. Choose your side and stick to it all day. If you're a bull, long and stop if you're wrong, and then long again and stop if you're wrong, and long again and win. Don't ever get in the habit of long, short, long, short, long, short. That's the easiest way to learn to revenge trade. Because what that does is opens the door to, if you long and if you're wrong, you close out and then jump on the other side of the trade, you immediately are in the worst spot sometimes and you get squeezed twice. If you tell yourself never to reverse a trade, you will immediately give yourself that forced discipline you need to be patient to not jump into another trade. A lot of people jump into a trade, then they lose and they jump into another one. That's the easiest way to overtrade and have a really poor mindset. Revenge trading. So don't allow yourself to revenge trade. Never flip-flop. I never flip-flop. You'll never see me long and short, very rare. In a bear market, I might short out the door and I might close out and then buy a dip at a strong pivot, but that's very well calculated. It's not a revenge trade either. It's planned. Both sides are planned. Somebody said, how's the giveaway done? So what we're going to do is if anybody mentions the giveaway right now, I'm going to ban you and the person before you and the person after you just to teach all three of y'all a lesson. So y'all don't let anybody else talk about it. I'm not really going to ban anybody. I'm trying to be mean on purpose. Don't mention that giveaway. I'm going to look to the left, look to the right. I'm going to punish. I'm going to make the person next to you do push-ups. That way they hate you. I'm just kidding. Even the mods. Yeah, even the mods. Mods are in the banner. I'm just kidding. Giveaways over, guys. Anyways. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you going forward, that way it's not a big topic of conversation. We'll probably do it at a fixed time every day, probably like right at the middle of the show. It should be the same every day. Mr. Rocket, can we get a whoosh fan? Above the D-band? Yeah, I'll give it to you guys who jump above the D-band for sure. Damn it, go. You're an effing genius. All right. So anyways, so let me ask a couple more questions. So avoiding revenge trading is not allowing yourself to immediately jump in a trade. Force yourself to have time between your trades. Easiest way to do it. The only way you reverse trade is if you need to lose money on Eval. Yeah. Actually there's some pretty cool ways to lose money on Eval. It's really fast too. Opening and closing a trade very quick will whittle your account down due to commissions, or go over here and grab the next contract. And you'll see that the next contract has a big bid-ask spread. If you keep going out in time, the bid-ask spread will be big enough so that you can just open a contract and close a contract really quick and then lose $2,000 or $3,000 in one gulp. So losing is easy if you're trying to lose. Yeah, but not reversing also. But sometimes when you reverse, you might accidentally win when you're trying not to win. So another thing is that discipline. I tell people this, is that discipline is like discipline comes from the heart. And I always tell people this. And by the way, if you guys do me a favor and hit that like button really quick, I'd love to see the likes up to like maybe, 500 or plus. We're at 457 now. I'd appreciate that. That's like tipping your waiter, except I don't get any money from it. I just get feel goods from it. So discipline comes from the heart, right? What does that mean? Well, discipline is a state of mind. It's a lifestyle. It's not a thing you just do in trading. If you're not disciplined at home, you're certainly not going to be disciplined when you're trading. And this is one of my favorite stories to tell because it really tells you the difference between me and maybe you. There might be something to think about. So when I go to the store, I'm going to ask you guys all a question here. This is really good. And if you guys at MyFundedTV want a good soundbite, this is a really good story, right? So when I go to the store, sometimes they have a coupon deal. We have a store in Texas called HEB. It's our grocery store. HEB will have these coupons. It's a really long coupon. It's kind of a scavenger hunt. It'll say, if you buy the fajita meat for $22, you get the tortilla and the cheese and the salsa and a 2-liter bottle of soda and the sour cream for free. Whoa, really? Yeah, okay, cool. And I look, it's a popular coupon and they have all the things except the salsa is gone, right? And so one of the things I do as a trader is I recognize immediately that that's a financial decision I'm making. A lot of people might say, whatever, it's just salsa. I'll get some next time or whatever. But then if you tell yourself, how much is that salsa worth? $4? So maybe it's on another aisle, but maybe they have some in the back. So maybe if I go talk to one of the employees at the store or a manager, can they go check in the back for me? They'll come back. It might take 5 minutes of my time for $4. You might say that's not worth your time, but you might also say I made $4 in 5 minutes. It's two different people there. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your time. But if you make $4 in 5 minutes, that's almost what, $50 an hour? Think about it. That's a really good salary. Think about it. You just actually made $50 an hour. 4 minutes of work gave you, or 5 minutes of work gave you $4 or something. You might convince yourself, that's actually pretty good value on that time investment and that action investment. I just had to walk somewhere and say something and I immediately made $50 an hour doing it. If you start to think about life like that with discipline in everything you do, including shopping and coupons, life becomes a risk to reward based scenario. Risk your time, risk your effort, get your reward. And you're not thinking about it in terms of money, then you're not really designed to be a trader. A trader is somebody that would do that. Everything they do is a value assessment. Is it worth my time and money? Right here, 733 NASDAQ, 750 is an obvious resistance. Should I take the long? Well, I'm kind of stuck in the trade from now until market close. 3 hours to just make 20 points in NASDAQ. I don't know. That's a hard, and with Trump talking, I don't think that's worth the investment. That's not worth my time, not worth my energy, especially, and not worth the variables that come with it. So no, like the risk-based decision-making you'll do as a trader come all the way down to coupons at the grocery store. If you are doing that, you're disciplining yourself to be like a trader. Remember, trading discipline starts at the grocery store. It starts with repeatable behaviors that it's a culture change. It's a heart change. You're a different person. If you're not doing that with everything, you're not really trading the right way. Trading is always about finding that value. And discipline can start anywhere, not just looking for value in a coupon. Here's something I tell people. If you want to discipline yourself doing anything, try to find a repeatable thing that you always do no matter what. And start your discipline journey somewhere easier that's not necessarily trading. It's hard to discipline yourself in trading because there's a whole wave of emotions that come with it. Greed, fear, money, all this stuff clouds your judgment. It's really hard. So pick something harmless and something easy to discipline yourself in. You ready? Return your shopping cart every time. Wherever you take it from, put it back exactly there, or to the return port, wherever you put them, every time. Like, never not do that. If it's raining, if it's snowing, if you're lazy, if your back hurts, it doesn't matter. Somebody said, especially at Aldi, LOL, teacher, whatever is a quarterback, right? So every time, do that. Rain or snow, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because you're going to make yourself go out of your way to do something when you don't want to do that. Also, if you don't return your shopping cart, you're not a civilized human being. You're absolutely a caveman. You need to do it because it benefits other people and you get nothing in return. It also makes you a good person. It doesn't ding up somebody's car. And you feel like you're doing something to contribute to society as well. But at the end of the day, when you do something small like that every time, you start to do something every time without question. I don't feel like it today. No, do it. It's raining. I don't want to get wet. No, do it. It's snowing though. And do it, right? Because a lot of times you're going to talk yourself out of doing things in a more complicated place, like trading. You're going to talk yourself out of doing the right thing because you're just being lazy. So start doing something that's not lazy. And if shopping cart is like not a thing, you want to do something every day, make your bed every day, right? Wake up, make your bed, spend 3 minutes and just make it perfect. Tuck it in, make it look nice. Because when you go to bed at night and it looks beautiful, it's like at a hotel. You go to a hotel and it's all made up nice and you lay down, you're like, oh man, it feels so nice. Crisp sheets, nice and clean. Treat yourself like that. It's a couple of minutes of work, but it's something you do every day, rain or shine, tired or not tired. And you focus on doing something every single day and being good at that thing and being reliable to yourself. Do that every day. And you'll start to realize that you're treating yourself to have rewards by just doing good habits. You're going to get something out of these rewards, whether it's feeling good or getting something out of it, but also the rewards are small enough that they're not really incentivizing you to do it. When you take the shopping cart back, you're not walking out of the store and everybody's like putting you on their shoulders. He did it, guys. Woo! And they're carrying you out and they're celebrating. You're like pumping your fists. Nobody even knows that you did it, right? Nobody's patting you on the back. Nobody's, filming themselves on social media to show how good of a person they are. You just do a good thing and maybe you feel good, maybe you don't. But the reward isn't the incentive to do the right thing. And that's the habit forming mechanisms I want you guys to take note of. Is it's not the reward that's incentivizing you. So you're not letting the emotions draw you to the behavior. You're just choosing to do something because it's the right thing to do. And you get used to doing it regardless of how you feel. And when you start to do stuff that are small things, you start to create discipline in your life. It's much easier to create discipline in harder areas like trading because you're not going to always feel something. You're going to feel nervous or feel scared. And you need to say, I don't care how I feel. I need to do it. It's the right thing to do. So every time, right? This is a very cool lesson. I always teach this lesson to people is discipline yourself in small things. And it starts to become a mindset, whether it's find the deal in the coupon every time, analyze your coupon. Is this worth my time? Is the value there? Then you start disciplining yourself with a little bit of math, value decisions, return on your risk decisions, return on your time risk decisions. These are things that are helpful. And a lot of people just are like, I'd like to get better at trading. Oh, let me buy somebody's trading course. And the trading course is like, yeah, bro, just use discipline tomorrow. I mean, that's the trick. Just be disciplined. And you're like, oh man, gee golly, he's right. I should just be disciplined tomorrow. I haven't been disciplined. I'm just going to wake up tomorrow and gee golly, I'm going to be disciplined. I'm going to use risk manager tomorrow. And you're like, what does that even mean? What steps? You can have an idea of where you want to be, but what steps to get there? Turn that into actionable items. Somebody's just going to tell you you should just do it. Well, sure. Well, what does that even translate to? Like, what do I physically wake up the next day? Like, wait, what do I actually do though? I want to be disciplined. I don't even know what to start. So discipline is the idea of making repeatable decisions that you do every time, no matter what, no matter how you feel. And then you start to sort of lock into that mindset whenever you're trading. You have your rules and you have a way you trade around them no matter what. It becomes second nature. My discipline today was a trade I've made probably 2-3 times a week for the last 4 months, and it's paid handsomely. You know why? Because discipline. I stick to my guns. I do the same thing. I've done it so much, I can do it in my sleep. This bull setup with this setup is the trade I've made so many times. I long small, I double down, I ride to close, and that's it. I buy some more, I exit there, and I'm on the sidelines when everybody else right now is like, I wonder what I'm going to do today. Market's rallying. Let me get in on this. Discipline allows you to be quicker as a trader. You've done something so much, you just know what you need to do. You've practiced it so much, right? So hopefully these things are helpful to you guys because it's a mentality. Trading discipline is not going to happen if you don't have any discipline in your own life. If you walk your dog every night, I don't care if you feel tired, walk your dog, right? Be accountable to yourself, to the rules you set for yourself. And that's pretty much where trading success starts. It starts here, right? It doesn't start here on the screen. It starts here. And I think it's very powerful to think like that because a lot of people lack the discipline to really do anything. Here's another cool way to help you guys with one more thing before I get out of here. I got 4 more minutes. If say you smoke, right? You're a smoker and people have tried to get you to quit and you've tried to quit and you haven't been able to quit, but you want to quit. It's going to require some discipline. However, you have a hurdle between you and the discipline you want. You want to not do it anymore, but somehow you have the addictive personality that is drawing you to it and it's hard to cut. It's totally okay to understand this. An addictive personality is something that people sometimes have. And you, me, everyone's different with this. But here's the trick, right? There's another trick to discipline yourself. It's to recognize your weaknesses and recognize your strengths. If you have an addictive personality, the first step is admitting you do and saying, I have an addictive personality. So what you do is you don't try to not have an addictive personality. You can't change who you are. What you can do is make yourself addicted to something better and focus your energy on that. You're not going to get rid of that vice of how you're programmed, but become addicted to something else. I tell you, everybody I know that wanted to quit smoking, all they do is they start working out. And then whenever they run on a treadmill for 30 minutes and they're vomiting their fucking guts out on the sidewalk outside, they start to realize that they like looking sexy in the mirror rather than the taste of their own vomit. And they start to become addicted to how they look and how they feel in the health aspects. And the addictive personality shapes their addiction to something healthier. And in trading, you have to do the same thing. You have to find something to counter your addictive personality to shape it somewhere where it's good. For an example, for me, I recognize I win most of my long trades that I do. I'm addicted to longing the market. I love bull markets. I hate bear markets. You know why? I'm so good at the bull market thing. I love when it's there. I feel so good. Because of that, I don't tell myself to chase after shorting bull markets that aren't there. I focus my love, my attention on the things that work well and I feel better doing. And so for you guys out there, they're dealing with some kind of unhealthy, like addictive thing, like you chase too much or you trade too much or you overtrade too much. You're going to have to direct that sort of like itch, that feeling, that sort of, I got to do this, that, that itch you get to something better. And maybe it might be something that's not trading. You need to get that, you need to get it out of your system with something else. But usually what people do is they find that one single trade that works for them. And they're so addicted to making money with that one thing that they only do that one thing and they don't do anything else in between. And that keeps you from over trading. Find the thing that works for you the best, narrow down all your options and just do that one thing that one time and stick with it. And you'll see that that's where these behaviors start to change as a trader. And also somebody asked me to draw a whoosh fan whenever we got above DD band. So this is for you guys before I get out of here. For y'all. Whoosh fan help the market go higher. And we'll see if we get it, y'all. So I'm almost happy that my puts are going to expire worthless, by the way. It means we're back to a bull market. I love bull markets. Breaking holding above DD band means what? It means the market continue to rally. This is a strong pivot in its own right. 750 is now a new support, as the indicators on the screen show it's now a support. Yeah. Anywho, hopefully this stuff has been useful to you guys. A lot of times people just are wondering how they can make steps to improve their trading. A lot of times it starts outside of trading. And a lot of people don't recognize they have an addictive personality, and it's always your vice until you do. So admit that you have it. And if you're revenge trading, it's probably because you have an addiction to the feeling of not being a loser, right? You don't want to lose. Not you're a loser, but you're a loser for the day. You don't want to lose, and you have that. You're addicted to that feeling of normalcy. You can't take a loss. You can't stand the way you feel, so you got to get it back. And I've learned in trading that trading is the art form of taking a loss. You got to be super comfortable with being uncomfortable with losing, and you got to be okay with it. It's okay to feel like you're down, right? There's no need to get every account green. There's no ego thing you're dealing with. So hopefully you guys can work with this down the road and hopefully get better at what y'all are doing. But thanks for sharing, guys. I think I'm out of here. But make sure you guys sign up for the Billion Challenge. MFFU.com/billion. What you guys will be able to do is enter a contest to giving away 20,000 $1 accounts for random people. And I'm telling you, every single person's probably going to have a really high chance of winning this. There's not 20,000 people that watch the show. So if you want an account for $1, there's no reason not to sign up. It's very quick, easy to sign up. The mods will probably post a link somewhere, but make sure you guys check it out. He's putting up the link there for you guys, and everybody go over there. Core account for $1. It's kind of cool. That's like the odds are extremely good. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see y'all later. I'll stream for a little bit in the afternoon. I'm probably going to call it an early day. I normally don't do this, but I am also kind of battling a stomach flu. So I can't have a really like pounding headache. But for you guys, I'll stream a little bit just to crush the afternoon and, you know, give you guys some wisdom and insight over my stream for a little bit before I get out of here. But I'll post a link in the chat in just a second. But thanks for tuning in, guys. I'm Matt. This is Lunch Money with Matt. Thank you, mods, and thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the awesome giveaways as you guys do every day. And thank you for the billion thing. That's pretty cool. I've never seen anybody do that before. Here's a link to my stream. I will see you guys later. I'm out. Is boot camp canceled today? Nah, we'll still do it. Bye.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wit got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the